Right now, just about to get underway is, of course, the under-17 female 3,000 metres. In Station 1, from Christian College Geelong, Susanna Mavrolas. In Station 2, from Ringwood, Natalie Barr. Station 3, from Loretto Mandeville Hall, Orla Shackloff. Station 4, from Albert Park, Isla Mithen. Station 5, from New Haven, Lara Smythe. In Station 6, from Mount Lilydale, Bridget Rice. Station 7 from Belmont High, Poffy Niverich. And Station 8 from St Andrews, Ruby Baxter. So the race is underway there. Shackloff moving to the front as fast as she could. These athletes will take these next couple laps to jockey for position, set themselves up for what is to be the decent 3,000 metre race. I'd like to take the time while this race gets underway to acknowledge the traditional custodians on the land on which we gather, meet and compete on today. Pay my respects to their elders past and present. I also extend my respect to the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. So, as they come through the line here, Shackloff and Smith just settling themselves in there. So as Shackloff just moves graciously along the back straight there, a call for our wonderful helpers from Box Hill. We need 2 of you. Caulfield Grammar, another 2. 1 from Christian College Geelong, 1 helper from Frankston. From Geelong Grammar, just 1. Glen Huntley, Loretto, Old Scotch and St Francis Xavier. Could you please bring 1 helper to the Catherine room and sign in for your duties? So Shackloff just coming through there, 6 laps to go. Just sitting on her, just on her back like a backpack. Of course, we've got Lara Smith, Bridget Rice rounding out that little pack, battle pack of 3. So 6 laps to go, 5 3/4 if you will, on this long journey, the 3,000 metre race. So 5 laps to go. Shackloff and Rice just hanging together here. Not far from them behind, of course, Lara Smith. So Shackloff is cool as a cucumber, rounding the bend for another time. So Shackloff and Rice just stuck together like a bit of cheese on a pizza. Here, inseparable as they come through. 4 laps to go. So 1,200 metres left in this 3,000 metre race. Could we see a move from Bridget Rice there, breathing down the neck of Shackloff? But Shackloff showing no signs of changing that pace, sitting very consistently there. So we see a little bit of moving and shaking there for the battle for 3rd place. Looks to be Lara Smith just moving along smoothly. So the race has started to separate a bit. We've got some distinct packs. We've of course got our lead pack of Rice and Shackloff. And then back to Lara Smith. Once again, 3 laps to go once they come through the line there. So I correct you for my poor mathematics earlier. That is 1,200 metres to go. So a bit of a move there, quite a large move there from Bridget Rice from Mount Lilydale. Shackloff can possibly hang in here. As we see Mavrom Hillis overtaking Bridget Rice there. Oh, sorry, I mean Smith there. So Rice is starting to stretch away from Shackloff. She does a little head check to see just how far away she's got. 20 metres so far. 3 laps to go. Anything can happen, of course. This is track and field. As you see there, the bar in the pole vault is at 2 metres 20 right now for the under 14s. So with 800 metres to go, Bridget Rice. She's definitely got the job done here, but I won't speak too soon. You never know what can happen there as Shackloff comes to the line around 7:37. So 2 laps to go. 3rd place so far, Mavrom Hillis of Christian College Geelong. So very much well and truly Bridget Rice running her own race now. She sat tactically behind Shackloff for the majority of the race. Got to about 3 or 4 laps to go and said, "See you later, gal. I will meet you at the finish line for that nice cold cup of water from the water cooler." No waiting around here. So she is well off and away. So as she overtakes one of her competitors there. Now I know Halloween was only a couple of days ago, but surely it's too early to be ringing the bells for Christmas. But this bell will be the one for the final lap. So she's put the foot down here, Bridget Rice. She's going to want to bring it home as quick as she can, of course, as everyone does. This is track and field. We race for good times. Shackloff there, collecting the bell. So Bridget Rice very much off on her own journey today after the last 3 laps. As she comes around with 200 metres to go. This race is pretty well won and done. As we can see, Shackloff starts to pick it up a little bit too. Of course, these girls will be racing for qualification for the Australian All Schools Championships over in Perth. Getting that plane across the Nullarbor. It's all about getting those tickets, of course. So as Bridget Rice comes in, 80 metres to go. She's finishing very, very strongly there. She's ran a very, very gallant race. She makes her way out to lane 3 to finish here. 10-11-2-3 unofficially as Shackloff makes her way down the last 80 metres of her race 2. Tactically, maybe not her day, but an excellent, excellent run nonetheless.
So we're just wrapping up in the first of our 3K events today. Just like to turn your attention to around the track today. We've got a lot of field events going on simultaneously right now, and at the long jump pit we have the women's under 16 long jump competition. Over at the lake end, the javelin runway, we do have the men's under 17 javelin competition going on, and also at the pole vault we have a combined under 14, 15 and 16 competition. Provide some updates throughout the coverage today over the live stream.
So as we are away and racing in the under 18 3,000 metres, I'll take you through your list of competitors. 14 starters, of course. So Station 1, Matilda Lestrange. Station 2, Rosie Hunt. Station 3, Olivia Beaton. Station 4, Ashria Gobinpuri. Station 5, Ruby Lyons. Station 6, Eloise Edmondson. Station 7, Charlotte Jackson. Station 8, Emily Mifsud. Station 9, Amelia Morton from Methodist Ladies College. Abby Hickey from Caulfield Grammar. And from Braemar, Nice Males. Station 12 from Lauriston, Gabrielle Vincent. Station 13, DaCosta Alves from Wesley. Station 14 from Peninsula Grammar, Jasmine Sidebottom. So as they come through the line there, we'll see as this field settles. The Lauriston athlete of Gabrielle Vincent streaking out the front. It's of course 7.5 laps in a 3,000 metre race. So as Gabrielle Vincent comes through the line there, Nice Males just sitting in that second position there, very, very hotly contested by Amelia Morton, of course. But again, that's only 1.5 laps, sorry, underway. Anything can happen in the 3,000 metre. We saw it earlier, from sitting on the back of someone to then being miles in front. As you can see there, our other fast-moving competitor, of course, is Phil Borg on the infield, getting ready to give us a lovely presentation, of course, for the under 17 3,000 metres. I'll throw you down to him in just a moment. So that pack is just clumped up there. From what I can see here in my very unfocused binoculars. But definitely Gabrielle Vincent there. She will be the one to catch in this race here. Speaking of things to catch, let's catch the presentation for the women's under 17 3,000 metres from Phil Borg.
Thanks for that, Noah. So yeah, down here in the infield for the victory ceremony and medal presentation for the women's under 17 3,000 metres. In third place at a time of 10 minutes 37.00, representing Christian College Geelong, Susanna Mavromahalis. In second place, receiving the silver medal in a time of 10 minutes 30.44, representing Loreno Mandeville Hall, Orla Shackloth. And in first place, and Victorian All Schools champion in a time of 10 minutes 11.21, representing MLMC, Bridget Rice. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists. We'll go back to Noah for some 3K action.
So this race is very clearly at this point Gabrielle Vincent's race to win or lose. So she is streaking about 50 metres ahead of the rest of her competitors. Very dominant from the beginning, of course, getting out in front of the pack while the rest of them jockeyed for position. I guess the 3,000 metre is probably the closest we can get today to the glorious Melbourne Cup on Tuesday. Of course, it is Saturday. We don't need a public holiday for that. This race is definitely one that maybe gives the nation a brief pause. So as we see there, coming through the line, Gabrielle Vincent, 4 laps to go. Just inseparable there, a bit like peanut butter on a sandwich. As you can see, Nice Males and Amelia Morton just rounding the bend there. So not much jockeying for position in that little pack there. As you can see, as the front four of that pack begin to separate. So they're ramping up the pace here. Only 3 of these ladies will take home some silverware today. Of course, 2 of them, will want that qualifier for national championships. So that little pack is hotly contested. So once again, coming to the line, inseparable there from Males and Morton. Sitting on their back there, Matilda Lestrange. Can she be the Cobra that makes a strike in the final laps? 3 laps to go. We'll throw down to Phil Borg for a field update. Have a pointy end. So 2 laps to go. Can we see some change in this very much set in stone race so far? These 2 competitors, Males and Morton, have been inseparable all morning. Our leader there, Gabrielle Vincent, of course, just cruising along. She's got about 40 metres on her pack behind her. So she's got to hold on for another 650 metres. As we still see no change in positions. So as she comes onto the straight to collect the bell, she's moving very, very smoothly, very strongly, as we see the girls behind her in that pack going 3 abreast here. So it's going to be on for that final lap battle there. Of course, Lestrange, Morton and Males just starting to pick it up here. Lestrange says, oh, I want that silver medal and I want it for myself and myself only. So, sitting on the shoulder there, Lestrange and Males. So Lestrange makes the move there. They're starting to catch up a little bit to the leader, of course, that being Vincent. As those bright pink socks of Morton make a dash down the back straight. So really starting to pick it up there. Of course, first 2 get that qualification to go to all schools in Perth. Who's crossing the Nullarbor? We're going to find out in this pack here as the lead shortens to just about 10 metres. So it'll be one that's going to probably be taken out to lane 3 or 4 here. Motoring strongly is our leader, Gabrielle Vincent. So Vincent will take this one out here. followed by males. Lestrange in third. As Amelia Morton comes to the line there, a very great run. Some very tough tactics, of course, played out during that race. Well executed race as we see Olivia Beaton come through to the line here at about 10:30-ish. So Mifsud through the line. Jackson as well. DaCosta, Alves and Sidebottom joining them. So as Ruby Lyons collects the bell for her final lap.
So it looks like that 3,000 metre race has concluded. We'll just provide you another field update here. I'm down here at the women's under 16 long jump competition. And currently sitting in third place with a distance of 5 metres 20 is Allegra Orso from McKinnon Secondary. In second, it is Hayley Auden from Furbank with a distance of 5 metres 36. And from Sacred Heart, it is Carla Boris in first with a distance of 5 metres 53 in her first round.
Thank you, Phil. As we see being marched out to the start line, of course, that is our next event on the track, which will be the under 17 male 3,000 metres. There's 16 competitors, of course, fighting a bit of nerves here. This is a final.
Here at the pole vault, right now in the under 14, 15, 16 competition. We have a few of our competitors entering the competition, and the bar is at 2 metres 80. So as our 3,000 metre for the under 17 gets underway,
The athletes jockey for position here. They're about 4 wide coming onto the straight. So once that settles down, I'll give you a call your leader. Looks to be the athlete from Mornington. Just sitting there, Andrew Turver. All right, I'll take you through your starters, of course, of these 16 competitors. Station 1, Dane Grain, joined by Connor Sullivan, Charles Barrett, Roger William, Lachlan Fulton, Oliver Scott, Oscar Gray, Joel Davies, Angus Emmons, Andrew Turver from Mornington, Andre Mailade, Will Orchard, Kalen Long, Joshua Carlin, Joseph Saavedra, and Matthew Holdick. So it's Andrew Turver there from Mornington just leading this pack as we get underway. It's quite a large terrain there. So a little bit of movement there from an athlete from Wesley as well. So coming out of the front here, Tess Turver settles back in the pack. Those bright pink shoes of the Wesley athlete there, just sitting out the front. So it's Matthew Holdick just sitting out the front here. Next to him, Charles Barrett from St Bernard's. So can Holditch hang on here? Can he get a hold of the race? And once again, 6 laps to go, so anything can be decided as the party train begins to move. So they move single file down the back straight. Holdick hanging on. So Charles Barrett just sitting on the back of him there, dodging his feet as they flick up in front of him. So 5 laps to go now, not much moving since I last addressed the positions. Sitting in that 3rd position there, Kalen Long, followed by Joel Davies. So 5 laps to go as our 2 trains begin to emerge. The caboose has unbuckled from this terrain. Of course, the first 2 carriages of the train will make it to Perth. The 3rd one will get a medal. Just remind everyone joining us this morning, check in up on the deck. That's an hour before the start of your event. Call room, your call room times depend on your event, of course, but that is the big red tent at the lake end of the small grandstand. Don't forget to enter that call room via the warm-up track. So back to the 3K action again. Holditch just holding on here. Not much movement here as the athlete from Mentone Grammar or Caulfield Grammar there in Oscar Gray begins to make his move up the side of Kalen Luong. So he wants to get himself a ticket to Perth, of course, as he sits there. They're going 2 wide around the bend as they come around the lake end. Of course, the wind here is pretty mild, so is the temperature. So it's a gutsy run this morning. So Holditch hanging on there. Charles Barrett to his rear. The Scotch athlete in Connor Sullivan just motoring along beside him as we go back to Long. Going for his 2nd attempt at getting further up the field there, of course, is Oscar Gray. So this pack is moving and shaking here. as Holdjiks tows them around onto the straight. They've got 3 laps to go. As they pass the podium now, it's a perfect time to throw you down to our man on the inside, Phil Borg, for a presentation. So Charles Barrett there making the break away from the train. As we see 3 abreast coming down the straight there, of course, as Oscar Gray moves in front of the Scotch athlete of Connor Sullivan. Sullivan says, I'll have some more of that, thanks. I'm going past you anytime soon. So Barrett there, 2 laps to go as they round the lake end. So Oscar Gray's just shaking the arms out there, getting ready to kick for this last 700 meters of the race. Barrett has gone away with the wind here. So Barrett there, just streaking away from the field, of course. To quote Stevie Wonder, this race so far seems to be signed, sealed and delivered. There as Barrett comes through, collecting the bell lap, of course. It is nearly Christmas, jing-a-ling-a-ling. I hear the bells are ringing in the town. So Barrett now picking it up here as the Scotch athlete in Sullivan just sits himself about 10 metres ahead of the Caulfield athlete in Oscar Gray. So Gray's run a very gutsy one. He's got the head down here looking to pick up some time and some metres. So tactical mastery here from Barrett as he comes onto the straight. Connor Sullivan says, how's about that? I want to change my silver medal to a gold one. Well, to get that, son, you've got to go past him. He's raising up the sharkers here. Charles Barrett will take this one out. Big thumbs up to the cameraman. There's a big move here from the athlete of Andre Malade. He'll take the bronze there in a very, very gutsy run. Oscar Gray, of course, running a very brilliant 2,950 metres, but in the last 50 just came a little bit unstuck there. So Malade from Princes Hill poaches the bronze medal there in a brilliant 3,000 metre race.
Let's turn our attention back to the infield. We have the victory ceremony and medal presentation for the men's under-17 javelin. In third place with a throw of 45 metres 67, representing Bentley Secondary College, Fraser Mattinson. In second place, receiving the silver medal with a throw of 48 metres 80, representing Plenty Valley, Asher Andrews. And in first place, a Victorian All Schools champion with a throw of 50 metres 76, representing Ballarat High School, Jace Murray. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists.
and racing in the men under 18, 3,000 metres. As the pack jockeys for position, we'll see the movers and the shakers. I'll take you through who's in this race. Station 1, Loki Fangmeyer. Station 2, James Paizo Gicero. Station 3, James Cruz. Station 4, Josh Asker. Station 5, Zach Granger. Station 6, from Haileybury, Tom Devoren. Station 7, Ballarat and Clarendon, Jacob Cheeseman. Station 8, from St Bede's, Edward Gibson. Station 9, from St Santa Xavier, Jack Waters. Just quickly, James Cruz there, cruising through. Just under 35-ish. He'll take the lead so far in this race as that pack is quite wide and quite thick. Blokes out in lane 3 making a move too. So back to the races, of course. Jacob Sprunt from the Geelong College. Daniel Scott, Magnus Woods, Douglas Shuttleworth, Dylan Igotawat, Nathaniel Uweka, Oscar Wooten, and James Paproth rounding out that field there. So James Cruz there. I'm not going to make too many jokes about the name there, but he is cruising along. He's moving very, very strongly as they round past that glorious pole vault mat. So behind him there is Dylan Igotawat. So Igotawat sitting on the back of him like a backpack, just hanging there. Will we see him drop the school bag and run straight through to the podium? We're not 100% sure. So, Cruz so far, followed by James Paproth. So Paproth just sitting on the back of those two. Can he strike like a cobra? As the train continues to do what trains do, roll and roll and roll. So as Igotawat starts to just breathe down the spine there of James Cruz. 6 laps to go. Rounding that pole vault pit there. As the boys start to move into more of a single file fashion. Jockeying position there is the athlete in Jacob Cheeseman. So Cheeseman wants to take a slice here too. So Josh Asker, cool as a cucumber in those wraparound sunglasses, just sitting on the back of Paproth. Could we see some moving and shaking here? 5 laps to go. So as Cruz and Igotawat start to break away there. Paproth leading the second half of that train. So the engines are most definitely separated from the carriages on that big, long train. Those engines steaming towards the qualifier for Perth. So Cruz sitting in the gold medal position so far. Igotawat sitting on his shoulder. As we see the earlier mover in Jacob Cheeseman, he's taken himself a good slice there, and as he starts to break away from that little but quite large backpack. Of course, sunglasses well on display this morning. As I can see, the sun is up in the sky somewhere, but it must be a bit brighter there down at the track. So Cheeseman. Apologise there, I believe that's Waters. So as our leaders just edge further and further away from that train, as things start to separate, athletes start to shake their arms out. There's 4 laps to go. So a little bit of a shuffle there. Jack Waters just being overtaken. We start to ramp it up. So 3 laps to go. 1,100 meters left for the leaders. Not much moving between those two. Could we see, as I said earlier, that strike of a Cobra as they come in to the final 100 meters? Of course, in the way of that, of course, is 2 laps. Well, 2.5 laps, if you will. So as Nathaniel Waker starts to build his case for himself in this race. So he's starting to chase them down as Paproth moves further into that pack. Of course, Jack Waters just moving along there too. So their athletes on the back straights there, James Cruz. And a go to what? It's not a matter of a go to what, it's a matter of a go to when will he strike. So as they come two abreast around here, just slamming in front of him there. Very tactical overtake, leaving him no room. So a go to Watts leading as he collects that bell. I've made enough Christmas jokes. Ding-a-ling-a-ling, that's my favourite sound. It means it's all about to be over in a very, very exciting fashion there as Edward Gibson moves himself into 3rd position. So a go to what? I said a go to when, and the time is now for him. As he moves away from Cruz, he wants this one in his room. So Edward Gibson from St. Bede starting to pull himself further and further from the athlete behind him in James Paproth. This race is going to be a good finish, so I'll let the athletes continue to do this one themselves, of course. So, a go to what? Just moving down the straight here as things start to pick up intensity, of course. The athlete from St. Bede's in Edward Gibson starts to move along as well, so he picks him up. A go to what says, come get me, but you're not going to get me. So Edward Gibson takes 2nd there. James Cruz 3rd. A brilliant tactical run there from a go to what. Striking on that penultimate lap. Leading strongly through to the finish in those bright pink Nikes. Coming to the line now, of course. Jacob Sprunt with a Sprunt finish. Magnus Woods now. Oscar Wooten. Finishing rapidly, of course, Tom Devoren from Haileybury. So that 3K was one that unfolded in quite a spectacular fashion towards the end. Many movement, many changes in position, of course. We had the battle from Cruz and a go to what, and Paproth and Waters. And in the end of the day, the athlete that was not even mentioned earlier from St. Bede's, Edward Gibson, strikes through to get himself a medal.
We'll return our attention back to the infield now. We have the victory ceremony and medal presentation for the men's under 17 3,000 metres. In third place in a time of 8 minutes 57.29, representing Princes Hill, Andre Mayday. In second place in a time of 8 minutes 53.58, representing Scotch, Connor Sullivan. And in first place, a Victorian All Schools champion at a time of 8 minutes 50.17, representing St Bernard's, Charles Barrett. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists. Back down here for another medal presentation, we have the men's under 18 3,000 metres. In third place in a time of 8 minutes 50.72, representing St Bernard's, James Cruz. In second place, receiving the silver medal in a time of 8 minutes 49.79, representing St Bede's, Ed Gibson. And in first place in Victorian All Schools champion in a time of 8 minutes 48.53, representing Pegs, Dylan Ego Duarte. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists. over here at the pole vault bar is at 320. And he goes clear, Lockie Gumley, 3 metres 20. In the under 15 competition. Still plenty of athletes still to come in this competition, however, as it is a combined event. And warming up on the track at the javelin throw at the Albert Road end, we do have the men's under 18 and 20 javelin competition about to get underway in the next 10 minutes or so. So we'll try and provide you some updates with that while the competition is in progress. Down here on the infield, we have the victory ceremony and medal presentation for the women's under 16 long jump. In third place was with a leap of 5 meters 36, representing Furbank, Hayley Auden. In second place, receiving the silver medal with a leap of 5 meters 43, representing Ballarat Grammar, Michaela Colvenor. And in first place, a Victorian All Schools champion with a distance of 5 meters 53, representing Sacred Heart, Carla Boris. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists.
So just getting ready behind their blocks, going through their final preparations. We have the under 15 and under 20 combined para 200 metres. In lane 2, representing Emerson, Edward Atry. In lane 3, from Nagambie, Brody Miller. In lane 4, joining us from Padua, Thomas McGough. In lane 5, from Ashwood Specialist School, Jordan Swansborough. From Warrandyte High, Dylan Vidana Patharana. And joining us in lane 7 from Bentley, Ori Drabkin.
On your marks. Set.
So off and away in this first of the 200 metres of the day, of course. Moving very, very quickly from Ashwood is Jordan Swansborough. So he takes it out so far. As we come around the bend, of course, we've got different classes, so it'll all be about that percentage. So the Ashwood athlete in Jordan Swanborough streaking ahead here. So Swanborough will take this one out, followed by Dylan Vidana Paratharana. Of course, waiting, of course, on classification and percentage for the podium placings for that. But line honours, of course, for Jordan Swansborough. Plus 0.4 on the wind gauge, so quite mild conditions here at Lakeside. Nothing like we saw last Saturday, of course, when we had some +7s and -5.3s. So quite stable conditions, not great for sailing on the lake today, but definitely good for some good, nice and fair sprint racing.
The bar continues to be raised at the pole vault here in the under 14, 15 and 16 competition. The bar is now at 3 meters 40.
All right, getting ready in their preparations, of course, is the under 17 para 200 meters. In lane 3, joining us from Emerson, Tyler Lamb. In lane 4, medal presentation extraordinaire, athlete extraordinaire. He really does it all here. Friend of the show, Tom Roach from Scotch. From Yarra Rangers, Bradley McMeekin. From Emerson, Nicholas de Blasis. And in lane 7, the independent athlete, Liam Costello.
On your marks. Set.
So McMeekin getting away pretty smoothly. On the outside, de Blasis from Emerson starts to stake his claim here, of course. So the Emerson athlete in de Blasis looking to be the favourite to take the line honours as a friend of the show, Tom Roach, moves well around the bend and onto the straight. Liam Costello bringing in de Blasis here. So de Blasis will take line honours there, 27-2 unofficially. Costello luring him in as we see Tom Roach making his way past the wind gauge there. He is on for this one. We're all with you, Tom. And he crosses the line there. Give us a flex, Tom. There we go. All right, so back to the track, of course. Got the next of your 200-metre time finals for the para. So, joining us in lane 2 from Avila, Zoe Schultz. In lane 3 from Emerson, Habiba Mudden. In lane 4 from Assumption, Kira Wright. Lane 5 from Naranga, Alice Huddy. In lane 6 from Ashwood Specialists, Emily Lag. In lane 7 from Ashwood Specialists, Lexi Gainey.
On your marks. Set.
Away and racing this 200 metres here. Alice Huddy making some moves quickly in this race. So as we come around onto the straight, Zoe Schultz is starting to make her claim here. 100 metres to go. So Schultz looks to be the favourite in her age category. She's the only competitor there, so she's going to take this one out regardless. But a very gutsy run there. So Schultz will take this one line honours. Alice Huddy as well in her race. As we see in the under-20s, Emily Larg and Lexi Guini coming through to the line.
Back here on the infield, we have the victory ceremony and medal presentation for the men's under 14 pole vault. In third place, with a best clearance of 1.80 m, representing Cardinia International, Luke Jackson. And also in third place, with a height of 1.80 m, representing St. Joseph's, Nate Smith. In second place, receiving the silver medal, with a best clearance of 2.60 m, representing Yarra Valley, Joshua Waldron. And in first place, and Victorian All Schools champion, with a best clearance of 2.80 m, with representing Glenira, Lucas Hilkemer. Please acknowledge our medalists. Victory ceremony and medal presentation for the men's under 15 pole vault. And guess who's back? Tommy Roach is here to present the medals. In third place with the best clearance of 2.90 m, representing Carey, Sammy Kentwell. In second place with the best clearance of 3 meters, representing High Vale Secondary, Cyrus Ong. And in first place, and Victorian All Schools champion, the best clearance of 3.20 m. Give me a home along amongst the Gumleys from Scotch College. It's Lockie Gumley.
Thank you, Phil. Now back to the track, of course. Now, of course, thank you, Tom Roach. We have the under 18 200 metres heats getting underway, of course. So it's 3 prelims. So top 2 from each heat, plus the next 2 best times will progress to the final. In lane 2, representing Mentone Grammar, Benjamin Sears. In lane 3, from Geelong Grammar, Ted Nelson. In lane 4, from St Francis Xavier College, Jared De Silva. Luca Sebastiano from Pegs. In lane 5, from St Pat's Ballarat, it's Fraser Stott in lane 6. Ryan O'Neill Parker from Whitefriars joins us in lane 7. That rounds out heat 1 of 3 in the starters' hands.
On your marks. Set.
So Sebastiano gets away very rapidly there, or so does Fraser Stott. So as they come onto the straight here, it looks to be Sebastiano there just edging in front for this heat, of course. Fraser Stott on his right, and on the inside, remember, Benjamin Sears. So there'll be the top 2 from each sheet. So Sebastiano will take this one. Stott will take the big cue there. Benjamin Sears, a rapid run. He'll wait patiently to see whether he gets that little cue and progresses to the final. plus 2.1 on the wind gauge, so perfectly timed. The wind does start to pick up here at Lakeside.
Victory ceremony and medal presentation for the men's under 15 para 200 metres. In third place, receiving the bronze medal at a time of 49.87 and a percentage of 43.75%, representing Emerson, Edward Attry. In second place, receiving the silver medal in a time of 36.52 and a percentage of 63.08, representing Nagambie Primary School, Brody Miller. And in first place, and Victorian All Schools champion in a time of 29.11 and a percentage of 73.68%, representing Padua, Thomas McGough. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists, and we'll go back to Heat 2.
Thank you, Phil. An excellent race there. So Heat 2 of 3, of course, of the under 18 male 200 metres. Joining us in lane 2 from Xavier, Max Quinn. Joining us in lane 3, Massimo Pantano, who's very, very dominant in the hundreds from St Joseph's. In lane 4 from the Geelong College, Max Franklin. In lane 5 from Caulfield Grammar, Henry Solanico. In lane 6 from Paran, Tom Templeton. In lane 7 from Oakley Grammar, Eric Arnacellum. And in lane 8, rounding out the Heat 2 from Mount Scopus, Oliver Krantz.
On your marks.
So Pantano and Quinn, the ones to watch here, as Max Franklin. So a bit of a no-go there. They'll go again, of course. Bit of nerves streaking through here in these heats.
The call is unsteady, gentlemen. Once you're in the set position, you must remain steady. On your marks. Set.
So away for the second time of asking there as Franklin builds up the inside. His athlete from Oakley Grammar also moving very, very well here. So Franklin just perches himself there next to Solanico. Massimo Pantano there on the inside, who will look to take this one out if Franklin doesn't make any later moves. So Pantano takes out Heat 2, so does Franklin. 22-4-8 there. So these boys will take those big cues through to the final tomorrow. 0.8 of a headwind there. So these conditions are variable, as we expect from a Saturday down at Lakeside. I'll now throw you into the infield where our friend Tom Roach and, of course, presenter Phil Borg get away with another medal.
Thanks, Noz, for that. And victory ceremony and medal presentation for the men's under-17 200-metre power event. In third place, and a time of 31.14 and a percentage of 68.88%, representing Emerson, Tyler Lamb. In second place, receiving the silver medal in a time of 29.33 and a percentage of 74.39%, it's our independent athlete, Liam Costello. And in first place, and Victorian All Schools champion in a time of 27.22 and a percentage of 78.80%, representing Emerson, Nicholas de Blazis. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists.
So standing behind their blocks, heat 3 of 3 in the 200 metres under 18s. To progress to the final will be the top 2 from each heat, plus the next 2 best times overall. Joining us in lane 2 from Thomas Carr, Pascal Bassioni. In lane 3 from Frankston High, Marcus LaFontaine Pollard. From North Geelong, Benjamin Day in lane 4. He's pretty rapid from Wesley, Bruce Dumez. In lane 6 from Peninsula Grammar, Ollie Featherston. And rounding out heat 3 from Xavier, Luca Wayne. In the starter's hands now.
On your marks. Set.
So Dumez gets going very, very rapidly. Featherston on his right as LaFontaine Pollard from Frankston also moves up the inside here. Don't count anyone out here as they come 5 abreast onto the straight. LaFontaine Pollard there streaking ahead. So his athlete from Peninsula Grammar, Ollie Featherston as well. So the Frankston High School representative Pollard will take this one out. 22.45 on the clock, plus 1.3. An excellent run in the heats. We'll wait patiently, of course, for those to progress through to the final and very ecstatically await the results of the final tomorrow. As we see some action on the infield, of course, we've got Phil Borg ready for another presentation just shortly.
Thanks for that, Noah. We now have the victory ceremony and medal presentation for the men's under-20 200-metre power event. In third place, receiving the bronze medal in a time of 28.51 and a percentage of 79.23%, representing Bentley Secondary, Ori Drabkin. In second place, receiving the silver medal in a time of 26.60 and a percentage of 80.63%, representing Warrandyte High, Dylan Vidada Patharana. And in first place, in Victorian All Schools champion in a time of 25.41 and a percentage of 84.41%, representing Ashwood Specialist School, Jordan Swansborough. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists.
Thank you, Phil. So as we see the first of our female racers just starting to get ready, set up their blocks. We've got 2 heats of the under 18 200 metres. So top 3 from each heat plus the next 2 best times will progress through to the final. We'll take you through their names once they are behind their blocks. Introducing your 7 starters for the women's under 18 200 metres. Representing Clonard in lane 2, Ida Laity. In lane 3 from Marymead Catholic College, Olivia Sheens. In lane 4 from Maribyrnong, Jasmine Galang. In lane 5 from Arachnabeel, Charlie Inkster. Lane 6 joining us from Werribee, Ruth Ong. In lane 7 from Brighton, Isabella Hollins. And rounding out the first of 2 heats from Montmorency, Katie Oliver.
On your marks. Set.
So Inkster moves away pretty quickly there as Oliver on the outside begins to bring her race together in lane 8. Quite a tough lane draw there, of course, if you're running quite quickly. It's a long way around here at Lakeside. So Oliver rears onto the straight and so does Olivia Sheens. So Ida Laity on the inside there, just motoring along as Katie Oliver will look to take that big cue through to the final. 25.89 unofficially, plus 0.8 on the wind gauge. So as I said earlier, this wind is around and it does not show signs of any standardisation.
Victory ceremony and medal presentation for the women's under 15 200 metre para event. And the gold medalists in a time of 31.65 and a percentage of 81.89%. Representing Avila, Zoe Schultz. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists. We'll knock out another quick victory ceremony medal presentation as well too. This time is the under 17 women's 200 metre para event. In 3rd place, receiving the bronze medal in a time of 36.01 and a percentage of 69.45%, representing Emerson, Habiba Mudin. Receiving the silver medal in a time of 33.37 and a percentage of 74.94%, representing Naranga, Alice Huddy. And in 1st place, a Victorian All Schools champion at a time of 33.97 and a percentage of 76.30%, representing Assumption, Kira Wright. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists.
Thanks, Phil. Just get into the heat 2 of 2 in the under 18 200 metre prelims. In lane 2 from St. Peter's, Kayla Barrett. Joining us in lane 3 from Furbank, Abigail McMaster. In lane 4 from Mount Scopus, Sky Edelstein. In lane 5 from Loretto Mandeville Hall, Neve O'Callaghan. In lane 6 from Sacred Heart Geelong, Greta Jones. In lane 7 from Wrighton Girls, Alana McInnes. And in lane 8 from Maribyrnong, Lily Ground. In the starter's hands now, heat 2 of 2.
On your marks. Set.
So they're away rapidly there. Alana McGuinness from Brighton making the first jump there. You see that bright blue of Loretto of Nevo Callahan starting to make a case for herself on there. The athlete on the inside starting to pull along. St. Peter's athlete, Kayla Barrett, starting to pull away. So the Brighton athlete in McInnes is going to go with her here. This is going to be a blockbuster. You could slide a bit of paper between them and to be that close. 26-4-1 to take out that heat there. Of course, they'll wait patiently, see who makes it through to the final.
You were a good bloke back in the day.
Victory ceremony and medal presentation for the women's under 20 200 metre power event. In second place, receiving the silver medal in a time of 48.69 and a percentage of 51.36%, representing Ashwood Specialist School, Amelie Larg. And in first place, a Victorian All Schools champion in a time of 46.33 and a percentage of 53.98%, representing Ashwood Specialist School, Alexandra Guiney. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists.
Who will look to take this one out if Franklin doesn't make any later moves. So Pantano takes out heat 2, so does Franklin. Ahead. So his athlete from Peninsula Grammar, Ollie Featherston as well. So the Frankston High School representative Pollard will take this one out. 22.45 on the clock, plus ahead. So his athlete from Peninsula Grammar, Ollie Featherston as well. So the Frankston High School representative Pollard will take this one out. 20. waiting behind their blocks, we have the first of 4 prelims for the under 14 200 metres in the males. So, because there are so many competitors, we have, of course, semi-finals. So 16 will advance. That's the top 3 from each heat, plus the next 4 best times overall. In lane 2 from Wesley, Jux Johnson. In lane 3 from Geelong Grammar, Yuri Kui. In lane 4 from Geelong High, Leo Strasdala. In lane 5 from Strathmore, Alexander Carroll. And in lane 6 from St Peters, Kevin De Silva. Rounding out heat 1 of 4 from Geelong Grammar, Alec Luan.
Set.
So away here in heat 1 of 4. As they come around there, Kevin De Silva showing no signs of backing off. So De Silva leads him into the straight here, followed by Leo Strasdala. Strasdala starts to fall back a little bit there, but Kevin De Silva, that trademark stiff as a board running pose, coming straight through to the line here in 24-8. So he'll take the big cue into the semis here. Of course, these athletes won't be showing all of their cards too soon with those semis coming up later. Alrighty, down to heat 2 of 4 in the under 14 male 200 metres. Joining us in lane 2 from St Kevin's, Ben Walsh. From Waverley, Joshua Aldos in 3. In lane 4 from Maribyrnong, Nate Pokazinski. In lane 5 from Wesley, Oliver Cole. Joining us from St Monica's, the athlete in lane 6, of course, is Andrea Salatic. In lane 7 from Wesley, Andrew Tan. And from Haileybury in lane 8, it's Wang Ting.
On your marks. Set. Stand up, please. Lane 3, unsteady, you must be still in the set position. On your marks. Set.
And they're away quicker than you can say yes to free money, and it looks to be pretty consistent as they come around the bend there. Wang Ting from the outside is going to be leading this one onto the straight as Andrea Salatis from St. Monica's starts to pull away here. So Pokazinski also moving very well, but Joshua Aldos from Waverley also going with him there. So the athlete in lane 6 of Andrea Salatis will take this one out. 25.81 unofficially, minus 0.3 on the clock. Things are starting to heat up here at Lakeside, not temperature-wise, but action-wise, as we get into a large amount of 200-metre heats. 88 heats we run today. That's a fun fact for you. And I've lost my other sheet. Oh, you stole my sheet, didn't you? Just to clear up the confusion there. And 599 athletes will be competing on the track today, with another 205 of them, who, if they sign in, will be showing up for the field.
Under 14 girls next. It was 40. I'm not sure how many we're going to have. But
Next heat behind their blocks, of course. Top 3 from each heat, plus the next 4 best times will proceed to the final, to the semi-final, there I was. From Canberra in lane 2, Oscar Ellis. Joining us in lane 3 from St. Francis Xavier, it's Declan Mailing. In lane 4 from St. Joseph's Echuca, Nate Smith. In lane 5 from Catholic College Wodonga, Zach Kirk. In lane 6 from Donvale, Xander Botha. In lane 7 from Strathmore, Owen Veltman. And in lane 8, rounding out heat 3 of 4 from Bentley, Camden Mattinson.
On your marks. Set.
So they're away here in heat 3 of 4. Oscar Ellis moving up the inside there. So does Nate Smith. So as they come onto the straight, hopefully they start to break up for the ease of mind. But for the ease of excitement, we can see on the inside there, Oscar Ellis starting to push himself up there in the contention. The athlete from Canberra said it's not over till it's over, even though it's a semi-final. That red headband there. But he gets pipped out by Declan Mailing. The Karate Kid in Oscar Ellis there. 25.05.
Trying to get out. She doesn't do a lot anymore. She used to do all the starting and she goes to set up.
Ready behind their blocks in heat 4 of 4 of the under 14 200 metres. Joining us from Listerfield, Caleb LeGrove. In lane 3 from St Michael's, Alfie Conterno. In lane 4, coached by Paige Elvey from Frankston High, Tyrone Nesbitt. In lane 5 from St Paul's AGS, it's Lachlan Rosado. In lane 6 from St Joseph's, Tyson Gnatowicz. And in lane 5 from Emmaus, Joshua Brown.
On your marks. Set.
So they're away, not cleanly that time there. I'll leave it to the officials to make the decisions on this one.
Lane 5, a false start. This is the final warning for the field. Anyone who false starts now will be disqualified. On your marks. Set.
So they're away for the second time of asking there. Tyrone Nesbitt bringing himself up in the field there. So Nesbitt's got a hold on the other competitors right now. Can he hold on for the remaining 80 metres? So Nesbitt just pulling away very strongly. He's going for a world record in the heats here. So Nesbitt goes well there, 24.49. So Coach Paige Elvey will be very happy with that one, of course.
And out here in the under 16 pole vault competition, the bar is at 405. 405, the height of the bar in the under 16 pole vault competition. as our under 14 200 metre events get into their final preparations. A quick reminder that all athletes are required to check in on top of the deck in the main grandstand 60 minutes before their event, except for the pole vault, which will be 90 minutes. The core room is that big red tent at the 1500 metre start line. And we'll just get those relevant times for you for those relevant events. We'll do that following the first of 5 heats here. If you didn't think 4 heats was enough in the under 14 boys, we've got 5 heats for the under 14 girls now, and we'll introduce the field to you now. In lane 3, representing Wodonga Middle School, Tanamai Zirom. In lane 4, representing Alphington Grammar, Evangeline Condis. In 5, representing Avila, Alexa Schultz. In 6, representing Marasion, Zaria Dalton. In 7, from Good News, Charlie Brown. And in lane 8, from St. John the Baptist Primary School, Lorale Corrales. There's your 6 starters in the first of 5 heats in the women's under 14 200 metres. The top 4 in each heat, plus the next 4 best times, will progress to 3 semi-finals tomorrow.
On your marks. Set.
Away cleanly at first time, and it's Zirom that gets the best of the starts on the inside in lane 3. Moves on the outside there of Condis and Schultz. Also going well with Zaria Dalton from Marasion as they straighten up. So it's going to be Zirom on the inside. It's the top 4 they get through to the semi-finals tomorrow. It's going to be Zirom that has a pretty solid lead ahead of Dalton. Good battle there for 3rd and 4th, but it doesn't matter. They're both going to progress tomorrow. That is Corrales and Schultz there. It's going to be 27-29. Portrait fall there. Congratulations on getting up. Young Alexa Schultz. 27-29, the unofficial time there. Let's throw down to Noah Oliver for a quick presentation.
Thank you, Phil. So we have the presentation for the under 16 male pole vault. In 3rd place with a vault of 3.70 meters from St. Joseph's, Jake Frost. Receiving the silver medal with a jump of 3.80 meters from Luther, Felix Hatwich. And our gold medalist and Victorian All Schools state champion from Nathalia, the vault of 3.90 meters, Reese Hansen. Please join me in acknowledging the place getters in this event, and back to you, Phil.
Thanks for that, Noah. Next event on the track is the 2nd of 5 heats in the women's under 14 200 metres. We've got 7 starters for you. In lane 2, representing Loretto Ballarat, Kiana Jenkins. In 3 from MLC, Penelope Trinados. In 4 from Elsonwick Primary School, Frankie Hyde. In 5 from Sacred Heart, Jemima Hood. In 6 from Damascus, Anna Oberhauser. In 7 from Eltham East Primary School, Jamie Ritchie. And in 8, she was winning medals like free samples last week from Sacred Heart Geelong, Tilly McBain. They're your 7 starters in the 2nd of 5 heats in the women's under 14 200 metres.
On your marks. Set.
away in racing here in the second of 5 heats. It's McBain that gets off to a good start. Her Sacred Heart compatriot in Jemima Hood also going well. It's the top 4 they get through. Also Jamie Ritchie going nicely in lane number 7. So they straighten up. It's going to be Ritchie, McBain and Hood. That 4th spot's definitely up for grabs between Triandos and Hyde. But it's going to be Hood, Ritchie and McBain. They're going to hit the line together almost. It won't matter. They're going to progress to the semi-finals. I think McBain may have just got there ahead of Hood, but we'll leave it to the professionals for that one. 26.61, the unofficial time. Into a headwind of minus 0.8.
Go behind the athlete.
So I'll go back to those relevant call room times. So for pole vault, 70 minutes before. High jump, 40 minutes before. We won't have high jump this week. For long jump, 30 minutes. All throws will be 40 minutes. Hurdles events, which we'll see later today, 20 minutes beforehand. And all other track events, please report to the call room 15 minutes before your scheduled race time. So once again, that's that big red tent at the 1,500 metre start line. Entry to the call room is only through the warm-up track. Let's return to the track for heat number 3 of 5. We've got 6 starters in lane 3 from Peninsula Grammar, Maya Kak. In 4 from Genazzano, Mia Gosson. In 5 from St. Ignatius, Lucy Veenvillet. In 6 from Patterson River, Lucille Malcolmson. In 7 from Mount Lilydale, Emily Fiedler. And in 8 from Turak, Simone Adelaja. They're your 6 starters in heat 3 of 5. In women's under 14, 200 metres.
On your marks. Stand up, please. Lane 3, can you hear me okay? On your marks. Set.
Racing here. And it is Veenvillet from St. Ignatius that gets off to a good start on the outside there. It's Adelaja from Turak. And then you also got Fiedler from Mount Lilydale. Remember, it's the top 4 they get through, and it seems to be quite an interesting race as they straighten up. So it's going to be Adelaja on the outside, Veenvillet and Malcolmson. And then coming through on the inside there is Kak from Peninsula Grammar. So it seems to be it's going to be those 4 that will progress. Fiedler with a big finish will come through for first. Malcolmson next. Actually, Veenvillet rather next. And then Gosson and Adelaja, 27.89 into a minus 0.5. Headwind. Heat number 4 getting behind their blocks now.
We've got 7 starters here in lane 2 from Wesley, Sienna Friedman. In 3 from Loretto, Kiara Doobie. In 4 from Maribyrnong, Alice Nelson. In 5 from Bayview, Sakura Riley. 6 from Wesley, Lexi Brown. Lane 7 from Ashwood High, Amy Russo. And in lane 8 from Maribyrnong, Skylar Idziak. They're your 7 starters in heat 4 or 5 in the women's under 14 200 metres.
On your marks. Set.
Away and racing here. And it's Fryman from Wesley that gets off to a good start. Coming on the outside there of Dubé. And then moving through on the outside there looks to be Russo and Brown in 6 and 7. So they'll straighten up now, and it's going to be Russo and Brown. And also coming through is Riley and Nelson. So 4, 5, 6 and 7, they're all going to hit in the line together. They're going to be the top 4 that will progress here. So it'll be Russo that takes line honours ahead of Riley, Brown and Nelson. It's a 27.88 there, the plus 1.0. Inconsistent wind here at Lakeside, but it's certainly not unusual to all of our athletes here.
Yep, there were 5 heats, Neil. There were 5 heats. 5 heats. Any falsies? Always the boys, huh?
Heat 5 getting ready and steady here in the women's under 14 200 metres. We've got our final 7 competitors ready to go here. And lane 2 from St. Paul's, Annabella Denton. In 3 from Christian College Geelong, Indiana O'Neill. In 4 from Loretto Mandeville Hall, Millie Fogarty. In 5 from the Geelong College, Alish Ashby. In 6 from Haileybury, Jessica Barwick. 7 from Wesley, Serena Lee. And an 8 from Caulfield Grammar, Teresa Huang. They're your 7 starters in the final of 5 heats of the women's under 14 200.
On your marks. Set.
Way cleanly at first time, it's Fogarty that gets off to a good start. And also you got Barwick, Lee and Huang. The 3 APS athletes from Haileybury, Wesley and Caulfield as they straighten up. It's going to be Millie Fogarty and Indiana O'Neill coming through on the inside from Christian College Geelong. They also got Denton now coming through. So it looks to be Fogarty. Looks like she might take this one out. That was Liam Glue's pick. And she's done Gluey a lot of favours there, 27.71 for Millie Fogarty from Loretto Mandeville Hall to take out that 5th heat.
So as preparations get underway, warm-ups getting more and more warm over at the pole vault, the most exciting action you will see today in the field, that's non-biased. As a former pole vaulter myself, I can say the stuff you see today will be exhilarating. For scale, the bar at the moment for warm-up is probably about as high as a school bus. So just put that in perspective. We have the under 18 and under 20s getting underway here in the pole vault. If you're looking for something to do while there is a brief lull in the track action, get on down to the pole vault end of the arena. Bringing your attention down to the presentation area. We have the under 18 male javelin. In third place, receiving the bronze medal from the Geelong College, thrower 48.76, Alexander Jarman. Our silver medalist from Glen Ira with a throw of 48.87, Seth El Shabagi. And our gold medalist and Victorian All Schools track and field champion in the javelin, the throw of 53.52 from Caulfield Grammar, Xavier Pitt. Bring your attention back to the presentation area. We have the under 20 male javelin, the results, victory ceremony and medal presentation. Representing Montmorency Secondary College with a throw of 39.35, receiving the bronze medal, Hayden Lloyd. receiving second place and the silver medal, Caleb Zanker. And our gold medalist and the Victorian All-School State Champion with a throw of 47.29 from Tyrrell Secondary College, Dude Kelly. Please acknowledge our medal receivers. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention back to the presentation area for the victory ceremony and medal presentation for the under-17 female long jump. Our bronze medalist with a jump of 5 meters 29 from Cardinia International, Isabella Tarr. Our second place getter and receiving the silver medal with a jump of 5 meters 30 from the Geelong College, Ruby Darcy. And our gold medalist and Victorian All-School State Champion from Balcombe Grammar with a jump of 5 meters 68, Gina Davey.
So next event on the track going through their final preparations is the under 15 200 metres. I think the best thing about the 200 metre events is that you get the 1 and 4 guys going head to head. In this first heat, we do have the 100 and 400 champions from last week. It's going to be the first of 3 heats. There's going to be some cutthroat racing here. It's going to be the first 2 followed by the next 2 fastest times that will progress to the final. And we'll introduce that start list very shortly. So let's introduce this field to you. It's the first of 3 heats in the men's under 15 200 metres. In lane 1 from Xavier, Paul Ryan. In 2 from Balcombe Grammar, Aidan Martin. In 3 it's a 100 champ from St Michael's, Cooper Brain Catazano. In 4 from Maroona, Kai Norton. In 5 from Ashwood Specialist School, Marcus Michalis. In 6 it's the 400 champ from last week from Haileybury, Matt Milius. In 7 from Ballarat and Clarendon College, Rayhan Sheriff. And in 8 from Belgrave Heights, Max Wright, the 8 starters in the first of 3 heats in the men's under 15 200.
On your marks. Set.
Racing here is Brain Catazano that gets off really well. Moves on the outside there of Norton and Michalis, and then moving towards Milius now, but Milius is responding, going to the outside there of Sheriff and Wright. So as they straighten up, it's going to be Brain Catazano and Milius. It's the top 2 that get through automatically. Wright's doing everything he can to stay with these 2, but it's going to be the 1 and 4 champ from last week. So Brain Catazano gets the chocolates there from Milius, 23:35. The unofficial time there. It's going to be a good battle between those 2 lads in the final. But 23:35 for Brain Catazano into a minus 0.8 headwind. Heat 2 undergoing their final preparations. Let's introduce the field to you now. In lane 1 from Caulfield Grammar is Christian Zava. In 2 from Wesley, Zach Gatsios. In 3 from Bendigo Southeast, Cooper Richardson. In 4 from Waverley Christian College, Israel Alanian. In 6 from St Paul's, James Denton. In 6 from Catholic Regional College, Andre Shepis. In 7 from Emerson, Omar Theodoro. And in 8 from Trinity, Will Stratford. The 8 starters in Heat 2.
On your marks. Set.
Away cleanly at first time. Stratford gets a good start on the outside there. And also Denton from St. Paul's. It is the top 2 they get through automatically, remember. Coming through on the inside there now in lane number 3 is Cooper Richardson. So it's going to be Richardson, Stratford on the outside, still going nicely. And now Denton's starting to come through as well. It looks to be Cooper Richardson looking quite strong there. He's going to take this out ahead of James Denton, 23.83. So Richardson and Denton get those 2 big cues into the final later. And that's your second heat. Heat number 3 behind the blocks and ready to go. And we've got 8 starters here once again. And lane 1 from Caulfield Grammar, Thomas Sava. In 2 from St. Joseph Geelong, Oscar Rose. In 3 from Christian College Geelong, Jamison Cox. In 4 from Northcote High, Wolfgang Curry. In 5 from Trinity, Max Washel. In 6 from Yarra Valley, Harrison Dolman. In 7 from Xavier, Harry Hose. And in 8 from Melbourne Grammar, Oscar Frooms, the 8 starters in the third of 3 heats. You're now in the starters' hands.
On your marks. Set.
Away in racing here. That's a pretty even start. It might be Wolfgang Curry for Northcote High off to the best of them. Now you've got Frooms on the outside who's got good 400-metre pedigree as they straighten up. Coming through on the inside there is Oscar Rose. It's the top 2 they get through. It's going to be a very interesting finish here. It looks to be Oscar Rose starting to stretch away. Frooms coming home on the outside. Dolman flashing home late there as well. It's going to be Frooms, and it's going to be very tight between Dolman and Rose for that second position. Going to leave that to the professionals, I think. But Oscar Frooms from Melbourne Grammar takes down in 23.89 into a minus 1.5. The next event on the track is going to be the women's under 15 200 meters. And would you believe it, we're going to semi-finals again. It's going to be the first of 4 heats, so truly an unprecedented amount of entries here in the sprint events at the Victorian All Schools this year, which is truly great to see. So the progression will be as follows: the top 3 in each heat plus the next 4 best times will progress to the semi-finals tomorrow. Let's introduce the field to you now. In lane 2 from MLC, Amy Johnson. In lane 2, Amy Johnson. In 3 from Ivanhoe, Rebecca Havlika. In 4 from Melbourne Girls Grammar, Isla Lewis. In 5 from Emmanuel, Nina Quill. In 6, it's the 400 champ from last week from Caulfield, Maddie Tarabay. And in 7 from Box Hill Senior Secondary is Shara Ross. They are your 6 starters in the first of 4 heats in the women's under 15 200.
On your marks. Set.
Clearly away at first time. It's Tarabay and Ross that gets best of the starts on the outside, and also have Leaker from Ivanhoe. So it's be Ross that's the most aggressive. Watch for Tarabay to come home with that 400-metre pedigree. So straight now is Ross and have Leaker. It's the top 3 that get through. Tarabay got some work to do to hold that 3rd automatic spot. But looks to be, it's going to go to the photo on that one. I think Havlika takes it from Ross just. And Tarabay will get through for that 3rd automatic spot. But a good run there from Nina Quill as well in 4th place. So 26.49 there into a plus 0.4. Heat 2 behind their blocks now. We've got 6 starters once again in lane 2 from Good News, Tiny Hutchison. In 3 from St. Ignatius Geelong, Addison Lewis. In 4 from Loretto Ballarat, Jasmine Cartledge. In 5 from MLC, Lacey Williams. In 6 from Frankston High, Alyssa Meddings. And in 7 from Wrighton, Saskia Klotz. They're your 6 starters and are now in the starters' hands.
On your marks. Set.
Away in racing, Williams gets off the best. Also to the inside there is Hutchison from Good News. And Klotz going nicely along with Meddings as they straighten up. It's going to be Lacey Williams from MLC. Puts herself in the box seat to take this one out. Hutchison now coming through. And then also Lewis. It's the top 3 that get through that progress. And looks to be signed, sealed, delivered. This is Williams, Hutchison and Lewis. They will take the 3 automatic spots in 27.10 with a plus 1.1. The inconsistent wins continue here at Lakeside Stadium. number 3 behind their blocks. We've got 7 starters for you in this race. In lane 2 from Braemar, Georgia Letson. In 3 from Maribyrnong, Ella Leith. Lane 4 from Brentwood Secondary, Julia Hipwell. In 5 from Academy of Mary Immaculate, Greta Zabotto. In 6 from St. Paul's, Molly Canning. In 7 from Mentone Grammar, Bray Banasconi. And in 8 from St. Margaret's, Ariella Sprague. They're your 7 starters. And now in the starters' hands.
On your marks. Set.
Away and racing here, and as Letha gets a good start, and also Sprague. She was the 100-metre champ from last week. There's going to be Sprague on the outside in lane 8. It's that wide bend on the outside. It's going to be Sprague and Leith. It's going to be a good battle for that third automatic spot. You've got Zabotto, you've got Canny, you've got Leith. Who's going to take this one out? Sprague cools the Jets in 25.9. It's going to be Letha gets through the second. I think it may have been Zabotto for third, but we'll leave that to our fantastic people upstairs here. But Ariella Sprague will take that third heat. So last heat of 4 are behind their blocks now. And we've got 7 starters once again. Just a reminder, it's the top 3 and the next 4 fastest times that get through to the semi-finals tomorrow. Let's introduce the field to you now. In lane 2 from Loretto, it's Lucy Thompson. In 3 from Bacchus Marsh Grammar, Layla Starkuse. In 4 from St. Monica's, Indiana Kotsis. In 5 from Glenara, Laura Wong. In 6 from Melbourne Girls Grammar, Ruby Davies. 7 from Padua, Erin Limpins. And in 8 from Wesley, Olivia Hodges. They're your 7 starters in the 4th and final heat of the women's under 15 200 metres.
On your marks. Set.
And they're away cleanly at first time. And it is Stykes that gets out well, and then also Wong from Glenara, already taking the inside there of Davies, Limpins and Hodges as they straighten up. So it's going to be Laura Wong from Glenara. And then you have Stykes there from Bacchus Marsh Grammar. That third spot's going to be, again, very, very interesting. Looks like Davies starting to fly home from Melbourne Girls Grammar, but it is Laura Wong, 26.62, ahead of Layla Stykes. So 26.62 into a minus 1.6 in the 4th and final heat. Got to throw you down to Noah Oliver for a field update.
Thank you, Phil. So not too much going on down at the pole vault. Well, that's until about 30 seconds time when our first of our competitors takes on their opening height of 2.60 meters. So it'll be Aiden Pigeon from Carey. He will be the next one, the first one up to get this comp underway. We've got a little bit of a left-hand crosswind that is moving into a little bit of a tail. So some challenging variable pole vault conditions down here at Lakeside, as we can expect. So that pole vault is just about to get underway. So I will head down over to the javelin and give you an update on that. So over at the javelin, we have friend of the show, Tom Roach, with a very good throw there. The white flag is up, so it's all good and legal. We'll get a distance on that for you soon.
Next event on the track will be the men's under 16 200 meters, and would you believe it, once again we are going to semi-finals. It's going to be the first of 4 heats here, and once again the top 3 in each heat plus the next 4 fastest times will progress. Let's introduce the field in the first heat. In lane 2 from Northcote High, Thomas Follis Kirby. In 3 from Melbourne Grammar, Riley Barton. In 4 from St Bernard's, Mitchell Ianello. In 5 from Melbourne Grammar, Mika Pagoli. In 6 from Haileybury, Archie O'Rourke. In 7 from De La Salle, Henry Dwyer. And in 8, it's the 400 champ from last week from Galen Catholic College, Callum Bott. And they're your 7 starters in the first of 4 heats.
On your marks. Set.
And they're away in racing. It is O'Rourke that gets the best of the start. He did really well in the 400s, third place, I think, from memory. So it's going to be O'Rourke and Bott coming through. And then also on the inside there, it is Tom Foss Kirby. He was second in the 100 metres last week. And it's going to be the big man from Northcote High that's going to take this first seat out. Bott will come through for second and O'Rourke next, 22.38. That is absolutely motoring. That's 3 demerit points, I reckon. 22.38, the unofficial time there with a plus 0.2. All right, heat number 2 is up on the track now. We've got 6 starters here. Let's introduce the field to you now. In lane 2 from Caulfield, Harry Hemmings. In 3 from Buckley Park Secondary, Maddox Wilson. In 4 from Cornish, Yanni Melaminas. Lane 5 from Wesley, Tully Smith. In 6 from Kerry, Christian Zaparis. And in 7 from Waverley Christian College, Trinon Gonzalez. They're your 6 starters in heat number 2. In the starters' hands.
On your marks. Set.
So they're away and racing. It is Gonzalez that gets off to a good start. Also there you've got Wilson and Zaparis from Kerry, who's also got good 400-metre pedigree as they straighten up. So there's Christian Zaparis on the inside. There looks to be Melaminas now coming into his work now. So it is going to be Zaparis that takes it out. It is Wilson that comes through for second. So 23.63 with a plus 0.7. These lads definitely not showing all their cards yet, I think. There are 3 rounds in this under 16 200-metre event. So we're certainly waiting to see some fast times tomorrow. Heat number 3 behind their blocks. And once again, we have 6 starters. Let's introduce the field. In lane 2 from Braybrook, Willie Hurt. In 3 from Western Heights College, Noah Mills. In 4 from Wheelers Hill Secondary, Cooper Bertram. In 5 is the 100 champ from last week from Maribyrnong, Josh Jatchenko. In 6 from Caulfield Grammar, Emmett Wilson. And in 7 from Wesley, Keelan Galloway. These 6 starters in heat number 3.
On your marks. Set.
So they are away and racing. Willie Hurt gets off to a good start. He's definitely hurting that bend. Also Jatchenko on the outside, the 100 champ. And now moving into his running is Cooper Bertram. So they straighten up. It's going to be Josh Jatchenko. Remember Forrest Kirby dropping a 22.3 in the heats. What can Jatchenko do in response? But he's just going to switch off. It's going to be Jatchenko and Hurt. Eases the Jets in 23.54 ahead of Hurt and Bertram from Wheelers Hill. That's your third heat in 23.54.
Undergoing their final preparations. It's heat 4 of 4 of the prelims. So, of course, 16 advance to the final. That's top 3 from each heat, plus the next 4 best times. Representing Melbourne Grammar. In lane 2, Antonio Hiscock. In lane 3, from Carey, Willem Vert. In lane 4, from Xavier, Finn Quinn. In lane 5, from Caulfield Grammar, Benjamin Blacher. In lane 6 from Carey, Will Connell Tobin. And rounding out this heat from St Joseph's Ferntree Gully, Jake Frost.
On your marks. Set.
So Quinn and ice cold Frost, the best to get moving here. Frost on the outside there. He's a smooth operator and a smooth operator at that right now. On the inside there, the Xavier athlete of Finn Quinn starting to pull away. Can Frost stay cool and hold on here? So it's a Xavier athlete of Finn Quinn that'll take out this heat. On his right, though, Benjamin Blescher comes through. 23.33, so a definite, just a statement to get himself there through to the semis. But Jake Frost, excellent run as well there. That rounds out heat 4 of 4 in the under-16 men's 200 metres. Yeah, grab Thomas. Direct your attention to the infield for a presentation and victory ceremony for the under-17 para-male javelin. Receiving the silver medal with a throw of 8.57 and a percentage of 18.96%, friend of the show, Tom Roach. our state champion and gold medalist with a throw of 14.86 metres and 25.54%, Liam Costello. Please join me in acknowledging our medalists. In traditional Tom Roach Athletics Victoria collaboration fashion, we now invite Thomas McGough to the podium. Victory ceremony and medal presentation for the under-15 para male javelin. Your state champion and Victorian all schools gold medalist with a throw of 14.05 metres and a percentage of 24.71%, Thomas McGough. Bringing your attention back to the infield for another victory ceremony and medal presentation. We have here the under-15 para-female javelin. Receiving the gold medal and Victorian all-schools state championship title, the throw of 11.92 metres, Jackenzie Sharp. Victory ceremony and medal presentation for the under-20 para-female javelin. Our state all-schools champion with a throw of 10.22 metres and a percentage of 35.93%, Harriet McCockle. So as the bar in the pole vault moves to 4 meters, we've got 3 competitors left in the competition. Johnny Suarez standing on the runway, next to jump. As our under 20 athletes begin to remove their tracksuit pants, Tom Coughlin and Andre DiMedio, well known as Dalton's little brother, are out here going to start to turn the heat up as that bar proceeds to 4 meters 20 in sometime soon and 4:35 for Andre. But let's focus on what's happening right now. So the under 18 boys, 3 left in the comp. So Suarez clears 4 meters off an 8-step. Next to get ready, Alexander Jarman. It down here means I can get straight into stuff when it happens down here. So Jarman also clear at 4 meters. Can Noah Burns join them? The movie.
Next event on the track will be the first of 4 heats in the women's under 16 200 meters. So would you believe it, once again, we are going to semi-finals in this event. We've got 7 starters for this first heat. In lane 2 from Sarah the Sea, Amaya Jordan. In 3 from Bendigo Southeast, Isabella Noonan. In 4 from Eltham, Maddie Ma. In 5 from Beaufort, Ella Kerr. In 6 from Ave Maria, Georgia Benton. In 7 from Maribyrnong, Sasha Jerson. And in 8 from Our Lady of Sacred Heart, Faith Little. They're your 7 starters in the first of 4 heats.
On your marks. Set.
So it's the top three that get through automatically in these 200-metre heats. And off to the best start is Faith Little on the outside from Our Lady of Sacred Heart. And on the inside there coming through is Noonan and Ma as they straighten up. So it is Faith Little, Maddie Ma and Isabella Noonan. They look like they're going to take the 3 automatic spots into the semi-finals. Jerson coming through for 4th. It's going to be a 26.59, the unofficial time, the negative 0.2. And we'll go back to the Big Noz for a field event update, looking like at the pole vault.
So just over the pole vault, we've got Noah Burns on the runway. He's taking his time getting ready for a vault here at 4 metres. So Burns doesn't quite get the clearance there. Next height, aren't you? I would interview you, I don't want to break rules. Yeah, it's pole vault hacks.
Next event on the track is the second of 4 heats in the women's under 16 200. So a reminder, it is the top 3 in each heat. And the next 4 best times will progress to the semi-finals tomorrow. So a reminder, there will be semi-finals in this event. In lane 3, representing Loretto Mandeville Hall, Molly Blood. In 4 from Loretto Ballarat, Michaela Shannon. In 5 from Loretto Mandeville Hall, Freya Jacobson. In 6 from Bacchus Marsh Grammar, Mackenzie Etzlick. In 7 from Strathmore, Estelle Sacco. And in 8 from Clenard, Amelia Pantano. They're your 6 starters in heat number 2 and are now in the starters' hands.
On your marks. Set.
And they are away and racing. And it's Blood who's making a mess in these early stages of the 200 metres. It's going to be Blood that will straighten up in first place at the moment. You've got Etzlick as well too on the outside coming through, second place in the 100 last week. And it's going to be Etzlick that takes us out. Pantano probably go through for second. And it's going to be Molly Blood that gets through in that third automatic spot. It's going to be 26-29. Still wind here at Lakeside. Very uncommon conditions as we'll go back to the pole vault with Noah.
So the bar is at 4 meters 20 at the moment. Alexander Jarman just not quite getting that attempt there. So nor did Suarez initially. So we move into the under 20 competitors on the runway. Special friend of the show here, Tom Coughlin. He represented Australia at the Oceania Championships earlier last year. See what he can do today. Of course, for these under 20s, they are, of course, right in the middle of their VCE exam period.
Heat number 3 behind their blocks now. And it is the first 3 once again in each heat plus the next 4 best times to get through. We've got 6 starters in this heat now. In lane 3 from start of the seats, Lucy Moore. In 4 from Loretto Ballarat is Grace Crow. In 5 from Halibury's Julia Zaitseva. In 6 from Red Cliffs, Isabel Alchin. In 7 from Sacred Heart Girls, Alex Rezneski Carrere. And in 8 from Mount Scopus, Kira Donner. There are 6 starters in heat number 3.
On your marks. Set.
So away cleaning at first time. It's Grace Crow, the 100 champ from last week, that gets off to a good start. Moving through on the outside there. Looks to be Donna and Resnesti Correa as they straighten up. Zaitseva now getting into a running, and Alchin. So it is going to be Grace Crow and Zaitseva. Zaitseva now coming over the top there of the 100 champ from last week. And it is going to be the Halibury athlete that takes this one out in 25.87. Grace Crow, a good run there. But remember, there's 3 rounds. I'm sure the athletes definitely not showing all their trump cards yet. We'll certainly see a lot of those tomorrow. As we'll throw back to Noah for another pole vault update.
So back at the pole vault, the athletes will go again. So the bar had some little bit of difficulties, so now we've addressed those. So the bar sits at 4 meters 20 on the runway now for his first attempt, Johnny Suarez. Suarez just not quite getting in that one there.
All right, fourth and final heat. Ready to go here now. And it is going to be 6 starters here in this fourth heat. So in lane 3 from Loretto Mandeville Hall, Mimi Tucker. In 4 from Frankston High, Gabriella Cuthan. In 5 from Furbank, Valentina Lucic. In 6 from Haileybury, Jasmine Firth. In 7 from Furbank Grammar, Hayley Auden. And in 8 from St. Monica's, Olivia Capitola. They are your 6 starters in the fourth and final heat. Reminder, top 3 plus the next 4 fastest times progress.
On your marks. Set.
And they are away cleanly at first time, and it is Jasmine Firth that gets off a good start from Haileybury. Trying to come through on the inside there is Cuthan from Frankston High, from the Fish, and also Lucic in 5 from Furbank Grammar. So they'll straighten up, and it is Firth. Start to streak away from the rest of the field. Auden comes through from Furbank as well. So Firth comes first in the fourth final heat, 26.78 into a negative 1.9. So good solid running here from our ladies in the under 16 200, and no doubt they'll be pulling out more cards for their semi-finals and hopefully finals action tomorrow. Let's go back to Noah for another poll update.
So Coghlan goes clear at 420. Light work for the big fella as Johnny Suarez gets ready for his second attempt at this height. So far, the big man Coghlan is the only one that's cleared it. So Suarez from 8 steps. So Suarez just clipping it there at 420. Off 8 steps, pretty gutsy attempt from him though. I'll hand you back up to Phil in the booth.
Thanks very much, Noz. And the next event on the track now will be the first of 2 heats in the men's under 17 200 metres. We're finally not going to semis here. So just 2 rounds for the gentlemen coming up next. And it's going to be the top 3 in each heat, followed by the next 2 fastest times to progress to the final tomorrow. Let's get your start list now for heat number 1 of 2 in lane 2 from Scotch, Xavier Dallas. In 3 from Maribyrnong, Grayson Lafayali. In 4 from Galen Catholic College, Declan O'Sullivan. Lane 5 from Casey Grammar, Jack Brewster. Lane 6 from St. Monica's, Maxim Soletic. In 7 from Baldwin High, Darcy Nixon. And in 8 from Trinity Grammar, Leonardo Lamont. They are your 7 starters in the first of 2 heats.
On your marks. Set.
So they are away and racing here. It's Jack Brewster from Casey Grammar that gets the best of the starts. Also Nixon moving to the outside there of Leonardo Lamont as they straighten up. Lafayali getting to his running, also O'Sullivan. But as Jack Brewster still holding, Lafayali takes a look, sees where his competitors are. And it looks to be those 2 that will stretch clear. It is going to be Brewster and Lafayali to take the first 2 over those automatic spots. Might have to go to that photo for that 3rd place, but 22.78 plus 0.6 in the first of 2 heats.
So on the runway now, Alexander Jarmondo Duplantis. Just getting ready. Bar sets a 420. So Suarez bows out. Of course, these windy conditions posing a bit of a challenge for these vaulters. So on the runway now, Jarman, third attempt. So Jarman just can't quite master that pole there. Of course, going up to a bigger pole than he's ever jumped on before. It's pretty brave to do that in a comp, let alone in this wind. Up to you, Phil, in the booth.
Great work down there, Noz. And now we'll have the second of 2 heats in the men's under 17 200 metres. And once again, we've got 7 starters in lane 2 from Caulfield Grammar, Oliver Shalosky. In 3 from the Grange, Leslie Mendekia. In 4 from Suzanne Corrie High, Kian Vixavong. In 5 from Wesley, Jakaya Honor. In 6 from Carey, Agam Saini. In 7 from Waverley Christian College, Zion Great Olanian. And in 8 from Emmaus, Connor Brown. They're your 7 starters in the second of 2 heats in the men's under 17 200 metres.
On your marks. Set.
So they are away and racing here, and it is Zion Great Olanian that gets off to a good start. Coming through on the inside there from Suzanne Corrie High is Vic Savong as well too. It's the top 3 that get through. Honnor's starting to get into his running as well from Wesley. It's the top 3 that progress. So it's going to be Vic Savong. They'll take that out. Zion Great, a pretty great run there for second, with Honor coming through in first, 22.54. The under 17 kids are moving. And be very excited to see what they can produce in the final. We'd just like to point out some few housekeeping issues here. We've just been given the list for all the club helpers that are required for this afternoon's session here. heats in the women's under 17 200 metres. And we've got 7 starters for you once again. The top 3 in each heat plus the next 2 best times will progress. In lane 2 from Iona, it's Lily Trotter. In 3 from Marta Christie, Sienna Curtian. In 4 from Juan Turner, Hayley Buckley. In 5 from Cardinia International, Bellatar. In 6 from Brentwood Secondary, Morgan Hui. In 7 from Kilvington, Alice Hollingsworth. And in 8 from Furbank, Hannah Mackay. They're your 7 starters in the first of 2 heats and are now in the starters' hands.
On your marks. Set. Lane 6, false start. You were disqualified. This gun didn't. On your marks. Set.
So the pole vault is usually get 3 attempts, but we're away in 2 here. It is Curtian that gets the best of the start. The 400 champ from last week, also Bellatar there from Cardinia International as they straighten up. It's the top 3 in each heat they get through. So Tar and Curtian stretching clear on the outside there is Hollingsworth. Buckley trying to get into it as well for that 3rd automatic spot. But it is going to be Tar and Curtian. I think Buckley has come through for that 3rd automatic spot. So Hollingsworth have to wait on time. It's going to be 25.73 with a plus 0.9 as we throw back to Noah for another pole vault update.
So over at the pole vault, bar has soared to 4 metres 50. So Andre DiMedio, with his first attempt there, didn't quite get it. Next up on the runway is, as I've said, the big man himself, Tom Coughlin. If Cogs can clear this, I'm sure he'll have a lovely, lovely serving of ice cream. So Tom Coughlin on the runway now.
I asked you to report down to the finish line, which is what you're supposed to do. You ready for the day? You're supposed to go and report. Sorry, I asked you to sit down.
So Coughlin there didn't quite have the gumption to get himself over there. So it's DiMedio and Coughlin that'll sit equal so far. Gets himself caught in the mat. And I'll throw up to you, Phil, as the rescue is underway.
Thanks for that, Noz. We do love a Tom Coughlin update, that's for sure. So the next event on the track is the second of 2 heats in the women's under 17 200. And once again, it's the top 3 in each heat plus the next 2 best times. And we have a full field of 8 in this heat. In lane 1 from Toorak, it is Sarai Hughes. In 2 from St. Francis Xavier College, Taylor Goodman. In 3 from the Geelong College, Macy Knight. In 4 from Kilbreeda, Gabrielle Bianame. In 5 from Furbank, Isabel Furber. In 6 from Melbourne Girls Grammar, Isabel Zhang. In 7 from Sacred Heart Geelong, Lily Corp. And in 8 from Wesley, Lucy Douglas Hines. They're your 8 starters in the second of 2 heats.
On your marks. Set.
So they are away cleanly at first time. It is Furber off to a good start, and also looks to be Corp and Douglas Hines there from Wesley as they straighten up. So the top 3 they get through, getting to a running now is Isabel Zhang from Melbourne Girls. Douglas Hine moving nicely on the outside, and then coming through on the inside there is Macy Knight from the Geelong College. So it is going to be Isabel Zhang they'll cross through first, Douglas Hines through next, and I think it might be Hughes that's flashed home for that third automatic spot into the final. 26.09 into a minus 0.3. And that will conclude our 200-metre action for today. Coming up next on the track will be an event just slightly longer of a distance, approximately 4,800 metres longer. It is some 5K action, but we'll get some more field event updates from Noah Oliver in the meantime.
So down here at the pole vault, Andre Demedio, you could have parked a 56-seater bus between him and the bar. It was quite a large clearance. So he'll get through to the next height here. Coughlin will be taking his 3rd attempt in just a moment's time at 450. Going through deep conversations with his coach, Steve Kane. So if you're down at the pole vault, let's get with Tom here. 450. So Coughlin just can't quite get it right today. That's his 3rd attempt at 450. Now it's up to Andre Demedio to declare the next height that he will hit. I'll get an update on what height the bar is moving to. Going to 465, so Demedio's here. Be him, himself, and himself only. Medals have been determined. So Demetrio just waiting for the wind there, the keen sailor. Will he sail over the bar at 465? I'd like to think so, and so would he. So Demetrio picks the best of the wind there and soars over 4 metres 65. Maybe you couldn't quite park the 56-seater bus that I said earlier, but definitely a minivan would have fit between him and the bar. So DeMedio will clear 4.75. Bit of bar love there for DeMedio, but he'll take it. A clearance is a clearance regardless of what happens to the bar, as long as it stays on. So DeMedio now in conversations with his coach, Mark Stewart, a staple of the Victorian and Australian pole vault scene. As we see some athletes warming up on the back straight. Phil, can you give us some more information on those athletes?
Sure can, Noz. These guys are about to settle on a journey, 12.5 laps around Lakeside Stadium. It is going to be the men's 5,000 metres, so the walks was a vigorous Sunday stroll, but today is a vigorous Saturday jog. So they'll be set to be underway in the next couple of minutes. We've got 7 starters for you, and we'll introduce those starters once they get underway in this event.
Yes, Richard, on the line, ready to go.
We're not ready down here yet, Richard.
They're going to introduce you first, boys, when we get going. So get the wine. Yeah. Have you got 2 guns? Oh, there's one over there. Sorry guys, just organising lap scorers, won't be long.
On your marks.
So 12.5 laps for these men to negotiate. Now, this event is exclusively an under 20 event. And we have 7 starters for you now. Let's introduce them. Station 1 from St. Francis Xavier College, it's Ben Cole. Station 2 from Xavier, Josh Augustinus. In 3 from Notre Dame, Thomas Ryan. In 4, Station 4, Mount Lilydale, Kian Ellis. In 5 from St. Margaret's, James McCurdy. Station 6 from Sandringham, Henry Ramsden. And Station 7 from the Geelong College, it's Angus Thomas. So it looks to be at the moment, Josh Augustinus, moving to the front. So as I said, this is exclusively an under 20 event. And for those playing at home, the World Under 20 qualifier is 14:08. So that's looking at around 2 minute 50 kilometre pace, just under. So very early to call at the moment whether they'll be on that pace. That first lap being around that 75, 76, I'm probably suggesting not, so maybe we could rule that out early on, but we do certainly have a race in 6 so far. So it is the Xavier runner there in front, Augustinus. As they go through for their second lap here, we'll get all the relevant hip numbers. We'll see who's in front. So it looks to be Thomas Ryan next, followed by Angus Thomas, Ben Cole, afterwards Ellis from Mount Lilydale. I think that may have been Ramsden behind there as well too. No big pardon. That's Ramsden now coming through to collect his 10 laps to go signal. In the meantime, let's go back to Noah for some pole vaults.
Scenes of elation here at the pole vault. 485 live work for Andre the video. He's definitely pushing himself there. I'm not Dalton little brother. I am my own man.
Yeah, great clearance there from Andre as we go back to the 5K. So that 1K split was at 3:10. And we can see there's a bit of a race in 3 developing. So 2 packs of 3. And that first 3 consisting of Xavier runner in Augustinus. It's Angus Thomas sitting behind him from the Geelong College, and also Thomas Ryan. And then we'll have the next pack of 3 featuring, that's James McCurdy, Kean Ellis, and Ben Cole. So it looks to be that Ryan just drifting into that second pack in a little peloton sort of spot right now. So it is going to be the 2 APS competitors there in Augustinus and Thomas. So go through at 4:39 on the clock.
Closer as this wind just keeps playing around and around. Back to you, Phil.
Yeah, thanks for that, Noz. Yeah, the wind is playing round and around. These poor 5K lads will have to deal with it more than anyone else. So it is still the 2 APS athletes there. So Xavier and Geelong College, that is Augustinus and Thomas. Ryan's just dropped back into that second group right now with Cole just behind him, Ellis and McCurdy. And Ransom just moving swiftly there as well. So at this current stage, very interesting decision with very interesting race to unfold in regards to the medals. And it's 6:24, so it's a 3:14K there for Augustinus and Thomas. Looks to me they could just be working together there as Thomas works to the front, or it could potentially be a little early move there from the man from Geelong.
So on the runway now, Andre Demedio, bar sits at 4:95.
Yeah, call it 20 now, Noz, as they have passed that halfway point now for the most part. So Thomas just has a look over his left shoulder to see Augustinus, and he's absolutely right there behind him. So it was about 8 minutes as they went through the halfway mark for the lead pack. So it is certainly a riveting race. The medals certainly aren't decided, and I reckon hopefully these two can hold on and set up for a pretty grandstand finish. So Thomas has taken the lead for the last couple of laps. We can just see if they still continue to work together. Maybe Augustinus takes the lead for the next few, but Thomas happy to just sit at the front. So go back towards the 200 mark. It is Cole holding through for that third spot right now. But Thomas starts the breakaway 9:37 through 3 kilometres. So they're sitting on that 16-minute pace right now. But Thomas has decided to make his move with 2 kilometres to go. Augustinus trying to do everything they can to stick with him. But Thomas has tried to break away. But that third medal, that third place medal is still on the cards right now. It's currently in the hands of Cole. As I said, 2 kilometres to come. McCurdy and Ellis still sitting behind. And then you also have Thomas Ryan not too far away. The Geelong man has probably put on about 40 or 50 metres in the last lap and a half. So the clock hits 11 minutes as Augustinus collects through with 4 laps to go. But still in that third position is Cole, with McCurdy right on his shoulder. So it'll be interesting to see if any moves are made for that third place medallion. As we see Demedio back on the runway, Noah. There, Noah, so it is Angus Thomas who's now asserted himself, looks to me as a winner as they go through with 700 metres to go. So it was a 12:51 for Thomas as he went through 4 kilometres. Augustinus looks like he's got that silver medal wrapped up. And Ben Cole, he sat at the front of McCurdy, has now made his move with 2 laps to go to get himself into that bronze medal position. So it is Angus Thomas. That lead extends to nearly 100 metres. So he goes through 500. So 12:51, if he closes in 3:09 or less than 3:09, he's under that 16-minute mark. So Thomas will get his bell lap, the man from Geelong. The long-awaited ding-a-ling-a-ling sound. Augustinus now coming through for his bell lap as well. So he's got about 4:50 left. But Angus Thomas, he let Augustinus do the work in the early kilometres, then decided to go to the front and then take it on himself for those last couple of Ks. So he comes through with 200 metres now. Augustinus behind him has 300, a little bit over. Cole looks like he's expanded that lead for that third place medal ahead of James McCurdy from St. Margaret's. But Angus Thomas straightens up for one last time. And I think He might just be under, just a little bit over that 16-minute mark today. So he's going to move wide into lane number 3, and the man from Geelong will take the men's under 20 5,000 metres. 16:02 salutes. What a great run by the man from Geelong, as Augustinus will come through for his silver medal now as well.
So on the runway now, Andre DiMedio, 495, third attempt. So the bar has blown off in the pole vault. As you can see, these gusty conditions.
Through for third place. McCurdy's now come through as well. And now looking to finish here is Kean Ellis. So we go through in 17:23, unofficially there. So Thomas, Augustinus and Cole are your medalists in the men's under 25K. So we see Noel Oliver with some more presentations ready to go. And DiMedio looking to have his third attempt over 495.
So DiMedio just didn't quite have the mustard to get over 495 today, but a brilliant effort. Many high clearances on some good vaults. Now back to the infield.
is Henry Ramsden there. So the clock just moves past that 21-minute mark. We still have some more 5K action to come after this. We do have the women's under-20 event. After that, we've got some longer hurdles action. We've got some 200-meter hurdles. But the action continuing to heat up here at Lakeside Stadium at the Victorian All Schools Championships. So here comes Ramsden as he crosses the line. A valiant effort in these conditions, 22 minutes on the clock, and he'll finish through and they'll conclude the men's 5,000 metre event. We'll quickly get the women's under 20 5,000 metre away very shortly.
On your marks.
So our next 5,000 metre event is away. But before I introduce the competitors, we'll go down to a medal presentation. Thanks for that, Noah. So we are underway in the under 20 women's 5,000 metres. And as I said, it is exclusively an under 20 event. And again, for those playing at home, the World Under 20 qualifier is 16 minutes 30. Let's just introduce the field now for you now. So in Station 1 from Vermont Secondary, Brooke Petrie. Station 2 from St. Paul's, it's Ruby Langham. Station 3 from Frankston High, Isabel Matthews. And Station 4 from Gisborne Secondary, Ellie Kays. And it is Matthews that breaks away from the pack almost instantly. So a tenth of the way into this race. It is Matthews from Frankston High, or affectionately known as the Fish, who breaks away to a 20-metre early lead. In that second pack of three, you have Kays in front of Petrie and Langham. So they hit through 800 in 3 minutes. And Matthews said from the get-go, if you want this smoke, come get it. And Kay said, I will come get it. As she breaks away from Petrie and Langham and tries to get closer to her and try and sit on her shoulder as we start to approach the middle stages of this 5K. So the earliest start from Matthews, that early lead, that's now been overhauled by Kays. So Kays now going to keep Matthews for company. Petrie comes through next, and Langham. So they were all under that 4-minute mark for that 1K split. And we'll now go back to Noah.
So as Matthews makes her way onto the straight, I'll throw over to the man with the start list, Phil Ball.
Yeah, thanks for that, Noz. So Kays has decided to go in front now. Matthews into second place. So if you look back to 3 laps ago, was Matthews that had the gap on the rest of the field, and now Kays has pretty much mirrored that. But they're all relatively spread out. So Kays in front of Matthews, then coming through the finish line there is Brooke Petrie in third place, followed by Langham. So that gap between Kays and Matthews just extending to 50 to 60 metres. always look another 50 to 60 metres. There's a gap from Matthews to Petrie. And then once again, if you look another 50 to 60 metres, is that gap between Petrie and Langham. So all equally spread across the track right now. So all basically doing solo runs here. So certainly going to be hard for a lot of them. They won't have anyone to sit on at this current stage. As Kays collects with 8 laps to go. And we'll throw back to Noah Oliver to do a presentation consisting of a few mates of his. Absolutely right there, Billy. Very well. They don't know Cody very well. So, our second ceremony and medal presentation coming in Oliver. Receiving the silver medal from Luther, Tom Copeland. Gold medalist Victorian all-school state track and field champion the pole with a jump of 4 metres 85 from De La Salle, Andre Demedio. Please join me in acknowledging our medalists as they step on to the podium together. Yeah, well done there to the Cog Dog and Dalton's brother, Andre. As we return back to the 5K here. It is Kays who collects through. She would have passed her 2 kilometre split a bit earlier in the midst of that medal presentation. As Langham collects her 2K split in that 8:40 sort of mark. Thank you. And our great team has given me that 2 kilometre split. It was in 7:37 there for Ellie Kays from Gisborne Secondary College. Yeah, how good is this, folks? There's one person on each corner of the track right now. So let's be Kays on that top straight in front, the top bend. We see Matthews just hitting that 200. At the 1500 start, we have Petrie. And over at the finish line there, we have Langham. 4 runners covering all 4 corners of the track here. And we'll throw back to for another medal presentation. Yeah, great to see some pole vault camaraderie once again. So it's 11:41.62 there for Kays as she goes through 3K. And now Matthews gets her 3K split in 12:14. So you look to the other side of the track, that's Petrie coming through. So she'll approach 3 kilometres very soon. Then we'll also have Langham to come as well. So she's at that 2:50 mark at the moment. So the 3K split there for Petrie at 12:55. So K's collecting up the K's and has 1K to go. So collects through in 15:45. So drop off in kilometre split there for Kay. So she's able to bring it home. Maybe we could see her get under that 20-minute mark as we click through that 16:30 second mark there. So that's the World Under 20 qualifier. So Kay's at that 4,200 mark. As we see Matthews collect through. She's currently in second place. That hip number 3 from Frankston High. We do love an athlete from Frankston, don't we know, Oliver? As we next see Brooke Petrie enter the home straight. So Kays, with 500 to go, enters the home straight for the penultimate time. That sub 20 could potentially be on. So 18 minutes 10 on the clock. What can she come home with? So under 20 minutes, that's a sub 4 kilometre pace for 5K. So she's going to collect the bell here in 18:28. So she needs 92 seconds to go under that 20-minute mark. 96 seconds is 4 kilometre lap. Is 4-minute pace for a lap. So she'll have to go under to get under that 20-minute mark. So 300 to go there. For Kays, we'd like to see her go sub 20. So 19 minutes with about 250 to negotiate. See Matthews collect her bell lap here. So 200 to go, 19:15 on the clock. She'll have 45 seconds to collect through, and we can start to see her just wind up here. So Kay's 22 seconds left on the clock. Let's bring her home, ladies and gentlemen. We'd love to see a sub 20 here at the Vic All Schools in the women's under 25K. So Ellie Kays, we need to pull in to lane number 3, 19:52, 54. I think she's going to get there, everybody. She gets there in 19:56. So sub 4 kilometre pace, sub 4 minute kilometre pace there for Ellie Kays from Gisborne Secondary College. She'll take the win there in the women's under 25K. And next coming through there is Isabel Matthews from Frankston. As we look back there to Petrie receiving her bell lap. So Isabel Matthews, this is your silver medalist. She'll cross through there inside 21 minutes comfortably. She'll cross through in unofficially 20:46. So we do have 2 more competitors so to come. That's Brooke Petrie and Ruby Langham. So I think Petrie has collected her bell lap. I think Langham will have a lap and a half to go here. Certainly been interesting conditions here at Lakeside today. A bit swirly as per the norm here at Lakeside Stadium. We'll be chucking that wind gauge back up again very shortly with some 200-metre hurdles action. So here comes Brooke Petrie. She moves to the outside there of Langham, who will still have another lap to go after this. So 22 minutes hits the clock. And Petrie will now pull into lane 3. And that's your bronze medalist here in the women's 5K. So 22 minutes 16 there, as we see Langham get her bell lap now. So Langham's our final competitor. Certainly great running there from all our women's 5K competitors. He's certainly brave to front up and run a 5K. I certainly wouldn't do it voluntarily. So the clock hits 23 minutes. And Langham will have 2:50 to go. So here we go, it's Ruby Langham here. They will now cross through to conclude the 5K event here at Lakeside. So clock at 24 minutes. I'll just pull out wide to lane number 3. Let's get behind her as she crosses through here. And Ruby Langham completes her 5-kilometre journey here at Lakeside. And that'll be it for the women's 5K event. And coming up next, we'll have some 200-metre hurdle action.
Testing. Yep. On your marks. Set.
So we are off and racing in heat 1 of 2. Chiara Calavota making her way over the first barrier. So Veen Valet on the outside. She's running very strongly. There's a bit of a tumble there. So the athlete in lane 5, Chiara Calavota, running very strongly there. Ashby on her left with a strong finish there on the outside from Veen Valet. So we cheer on our competitor as she makes her way over the final barrier, having a tumble. The 200-metre hurdles is most definitely a very tough event. Plus 1.8 on the wind gauge there, so got that wind that has been playing in our minds all day long. So as our next heat gets underway, I will throw you down to Phil Borg for a presentation.
There you go, no worries. Thanks for that, Noah. And we're down here in the infield for the victory ceremony and medal presentation for the women's under 20 5,000 metres. In third place in a time of 22 minutes 16.69, representing Vermont Secondary College, Brooke Petrie. In second place, receiving the silver medal in a time of 20 minutes 46.32, representing Frankston High School, Isabel Matthews. And in first place, a Victorian All Schools champion in a time of 19 minutes 56.87, representing Gisborne Secondary, Ellie Kays. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists.
Thank you, Phil. Next event on the track is heat 2 of 2 in the under 14 200-metre hurdles. In lane 3 from St. Monica's, Layla Dela Cruz. In lane 4 from Pegs, Sienna Geck. In lane 5 from Maribyrnong, Alice Nelson. In lane 6 from Torquay Coast, Phoebe Polizzi. And rounding out heat 2 from Wodonga Middle School, Tanamai Shrom.
What did you... On your marks. Set.
So we are away and racing here. The athlete on the inside, Layla Dela Cruz, getting the best start as they clear the barriers. So Dela Cruz moving very, very hotly on the inside there. To her right is going to be the athlete of Phoebe Polizzi from Torquay Coast, also running very, very well. So Dela Cruz is bounding and bounding over those hurdles, and she'll take this one out, followed by Polizzi, and then Tanamai Shrom from Wodonga, 30.71 unofficially. So Dela Cruz takes the big Q into the final with that one. Standing behind their blocks now is the final of the men's under 14 200 metres. In lane 4 from St Francis, Nicholas Mai. In lane 5 from Strathmore, Alexander Carroll. In lane 6 from Princes Hill, Alfie Webb. And in lane 7 from Emerald, Nate Hall.
On your marks. Set.
And we are away and racing the first of the finals of the 200-metre hurdles. Looks to be the athlete of Nate Hall, running very, very strongly on the outside. But don't count out Nicholas May on the inside as he makes his bolt towards the front of the field. Hall sitting very, very comfortably up the front there. It's a matter of clearing barriers, and this medal will be his. So Alfie Webb there sitting in second. But the real battle will be up the back for the third place medal. That's getting very, very, very hot there. Alexander Carroll will poach that one there, 29.10. unofficially plus 0.7. So that fluctuating wind, once again, I've mentioned it probably about 15 times today, and I'll keep to mentioning it because it's very, very interesting. So as they stand ready behind their blocks, I'll take you through the starters for the final of the women's under 15 200 metre hurdles. In lane 2 from Sacred Heart Geelong, Jemima Hood. In lane 3 from Yarra Valley Grammar, Jamison Harding. In lane 4 from Bacchus Marsh Grammar, Layla Stegerhouse. In lane 5 from Methodist Ladies College, Lacey Williams. In lane 6, she's pretty rapid over the flat distances from Sacred Heart, Tilly McBain. In lane 7 from Patterson River, Harley Lennon. And I've heard from an external source that she's lethal. So here is from Maribyrnong, Ella Leith.
On your marks.
So Ella Lethal, Leith the best to get going there as Tilly McBain comes up her inside there. So McBain moving very, very strongly. She's a cool cucumber and a smooth operator at that as she comes onto the straight in the lead. On her left on the inside, Jemima Hood, her schoolmate, her absolute battle buddy. They've battled in many, many races, and this is going to be another one for these two. So Hood and McBain. So Hood will take this one out, followed by McBain. Jamison Harding take third there, 29.18. Big hugs at the finish line. An excellent, excellent run there. Plus 1.2 on the win gauge. As we have a brief lull in the track action, I'll throw down to my man with the microphone, Phil Borg, for another presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Noah. And we're down here for the victory ceremony and medal presentation for the men's under 14 200-metre hurdles. In third place, receiving the bronze medal, representing Strathmore in a time of 32.04, Alexander Carroll. In second place, receiving the silver medal in a time of 30.58 seconds, representing Princes Hill, Alfie Webb. And in first place, in Victorian All Schools champion in a time of 29.06, representing Emerald Secondary, Nate Hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists.
Standing eagerly behind their blocks, going through their final preparations, are the men under 15 200-metre hurdles. In lane 2, representing Caulfield Grammar, Chellian Canthesamy. In lane 3, from Belmont High, Evan Bainbridge. In lane 4, Andre Skepsis. In lane 5 from Northcote High, he's been pretty dominant in a lot of events, Wolfgang Curry. In lane 6 from Haileybury, Matthew Milius. In lane 5 from Belgrave Heights, Max Wright. And rounding out this time final from Caulfield Grammar, Luke Duval.
On your marks. Set.
So we are racing Milius, the best to get going there, already picking up Max Wright on his right. So Milius is going to stick it out to the front here as they clear the barriers. Don't count out the athlete in lane 3 there of Evan Bainbridge. Evan Bainbridge sticking it to Milius. So Milius has got 3 barriers in front of him, and so does Bainbridge. But Milius will walk this one home here. 26.53. Thank you very much, he says. Down to Phil for another victory ceremony and medal presentation.
Yeah, thanks for that, Noz. Matt Milius running amok again. But down here we have the victory ceremony and medal presentation for the women's under 15 200-metre hurdles. In third place, receiving the bronze medal in a time of 30.21 seconds, representing Yarra Valley, Jamison Harding. And these next two, they've been at it all week and decided to step up an age group here. In second place, in a time of 29.44, representing Sacred Heart, Tilly McBain. And in first place, in Victorian All Schools champion at a time of 29.14, also representing Sacred Heart, it's Jemima Hood. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists.
So standing behind their blocks now is the final of the under-16 women's 200-metre hurdles. In lane 4 from Our Lady of Sacred Heart College, Faith Little. In lane 5 from Caulfield Grammar, Charlie Sullivan. In lane 6 from St Monica's, Olivia Capitola. And in lane 7 from Sacred Heart Geelong, Georgia Hannigan.
On your marks. Set.
So Sullivan gets the best to go there. Capitola on her right, already been surpassed. Faith Little's going to mount the challenge on the inside. So Sullivan takes them over the barriers. As Faith Little says, how's about that? I'm coming with you. So Sullivan and Little just battling out. It'll be a matter of who gets over the hurdle the fastest and who gets between the hurdles the fastest. That's how running works, especially with hurdles involved. So Charlie Sullivan's going to motor through to the finish here. 29.92 unofficially. Little will take second, and your athlete, Georgia Hannigan, will take third. He mentioned earlier that Matt Milius was running amok, and now he seems to have gathered him in front of the podium. I'll pass you down to Phil Borg.
Yeah, certainly do, Noah. And we do have the victory ceremony and medal presentation for the men's under 15 200-metre hurdles. In third place, receiving the bronze medal in a time of 28.38, representing Belgrave Heights, Max Wright. In second place, receiving the silver medal in a time of 27.30, representing Belmont High, Evan Bainbridge. And in first place, a Victorian All Schools champion in a time of 26.50, representing Haileybury, it's Matt Milius. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists.
Waiting patiently behind their blocks, we have the men under 16 200-metre hurdles. In lane 4 from Melbourne Grammar, Antonio Hiscock. In lane 5 from Southern Cross Grammar, Roman Muse. In lane 6 from Glen Ira, Cooper Acklam. And in lane 6, the ice-curled man himself from St Joseph's, Jake Frost.
On your marks. Set.
So they're away quicker than you can say yes to free money, and it's Cooper Acklam that's going to be chewing up Frost on his outside. So Acklam clearly dominant from early stages, and Frost is going with him there. So Acklam and Frost onto the straight here. Probably see the movement from the Melbourne Grammar athlete of Hiscock. So it's going to be very, very close here between Frost and Acklam seems to be faltering a little bit there, but he seems to bite back a bit. Frost takes that out in 26.61 unofficially. Definitely a great run there from Cooper Acklam from Glen Ira. Minus 0.2 on the win gauge.
Let's turn our attention back to the infield here. It is the victory ceremony and medal presentation for the women's under 16 200-metre hurdles. In third place, receiving the bronze medal in a time of 32.11, representing Sacred Heart, Georgia Hannigan. In second place, receiving the silver medal in a time of 30.40, representing Olsh, Faith Little. And in first place, in Victorian All Schools champion in a time of 29.89 seconds, representing Caulfield, Charlie Sullivan. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists. victory ceremony and medal presentation for the men's under 16 200-metre hurdles. And in third place, receiving the bronze medal in a time of 27.44. It's the first time he's ever done it. Representing Melbourne Grammar, it's Antonio Hiscock. In second place, receiving the silver medal in a time of 26.73. Representing Glenara, Cooper Acklom. And in first place, a Victorian All Schools champion in a time of 26.57. Representing St. Joseph's, Jake Frost. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists.
Yeah, go up the front, mate. Yep.
Next event on the track is, of course, the women's under 15 800 metres. In lane 1 from the Geelong College, Alexa Kemp. In lane 2 from Ivanhoe Girls, it's Kate Buxoven. In lane 3 from Pegs, it's Madigan Carroll. In lane 4 from Lauriston, Annabelle Atkins. Joining us in lane 5 from Star of the Sea, Amelia Parr. In lane 6 from Methodist Ladies College, Claudia Tierney. In lane 7 from Riverdale High, it's Zoe Clark. In lane 8 from Bendigo Southeast, Chelsea Tickle. And station 9 from Upper Park, Bridget Williams.
On your marks.
So as they are away cleanly, Madigan Carroll just picking up the pace there. Chelsea Tickle ran very well last weekend, so we'll see how this one plays out. So as they come to the cut in, they slowly start to jockey for position there. So Tierney's just haltering the pack there right now as they sit tightly bunched. 600 metres to go. So not too much movement as this clump of athletes makes their way onto the straight. So as they collect the bell, it's Chelsea Tickle leading this one out, or not for very long, sorry. Annabelle Atkins jumps in front there. About 80 seconds on the clock for the first lap, so they're going to pick it up from here. They're going 4 wide around the bend. This is the final. So, of course, as a final, it is getting hot and hot. And they are really starting to kick here. That clump I was talking about before is long gone as these ladies streak their way down the back straight. So it's Tickle there as they come round and round, turning left for the final time and heading onto the straight. It's all about guts and glory here in this final of the 800 metres. So they're finishing very, very strongly is Tickle. So Tickle will take this one out. That's run and done. It was over before it even started here. And Carroll comes through second. So does Clark in third. 2:23.12 there for Tickle. So quite a good run there. Interesting strategy there for the first lap. Not much happened, and then 250 metres to go, things began to boogie. Throw on down to Phil Borg, who may have a field update for us.
Yeah, thanks for that, Noah. And the words of MC Hammer, stop hammer time. We are down here at the combined event for the under 14, 15 and 16 hammer throw competition. They've just concluded their third round into the final round now, so they've just finished their rearranging of the order. But I'll give you a progressive update here. So in the under 14 competition here, it is Summer Marriage in first place with a throw of 34.65, Emily McKinley with 33.42, and Samantha Miles from Sacred Heart in third place in 30.89. So definitely a really good competition there. In the under 15 competition, we have Hannah Rowe from Craigieburn with a throw of 35.14. Lindley Sharp, so beg your pardon, Matilda Bennett rather, in second place with 26.36, and closely followed by Lindley Sharp with 25.14 from Terang. And in the under 16 competition, it is Hayley Stubbs out in front with a throw of 42.11. Freya Wilson in second place from Viewbank with a throw of 33.01. And it's very close for third place at this stage in this competition. Rebecca Brody from Loretto Ballarat in that third spot with a throw of 20.51, closely followed by Amelia Di Benedetto from St. Monica's with a throw of 20 metres. So 50.51 of a metre separating third and fourth in that competition. Be very interesting to see what they can pull off in the final round here.
Thanks, Phil. Sounds very, very exhilarating there. That MC Hammer joke was definitely a foul there, mate. I'm hearing from the officials, you can't touch that. Next time, Phil, I'd like for you to stop, collaborate, and listen.
victory ceremony and medal presentation for the women's under 15 800 metres. In third place in a time of 2 minutes 26.06, representing Lilydale, Zoe Clark. In second place, receiving the silver medal in a time of 2 minutes 25.57, representing Pegs, Madigan Carroll. And in first place, the Victorian All Schools champion in a time of 2:23.09, representing Bendigo Southeast, Chelsea Tickle. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists.
Next event on the track is the heat 1 of 3 in the under 800 metres for the under 15s. So 12 will advance to the next stage. That is the final. The top 3 from each heat plus the next 3 best times. Station 1 from Brighton Grammar, Jasper McKinnon. Station 2 from Berwick, Dinath Silva. Station 3 from Melbourne Grammar, Finn Johnston. Station 4 from Brighton Grammar, Maximilian Reeve. Station 5 from Xavier, Paul Ryan. Station 6 from Frankston High, William Hughes. Station 7 from Blackburn High, Thomas Lynette. Station 8 from Pegs, Chase Jardine. Station 9 from St Pat's Ballarat, Levi Hines. And Station 10 rounding out heat 1 of 3 from Haileybury, Suvan Sujendran.
On your marks.
So we are away and racing in this 2-lap wonder. So Haileybury athlete in Sujendran moving very well there too as they come into the crossover. So as they all cut in here, this is where we'll see the boys jockey and jostle for position. So Sujendran moving to the front there. 800 metres is a bit like a speed date. You've got to make your impression quite quickly. So Sujendran runs the front of this pack. As we see some movement there on his right. So Finn Johnson places himself at the front there, and so does Thomas Lynette. They've perched themselves in front of the early leader. So Finn Johnston's going to lead this one as we go through 500 metres in just about now. So Finn Johnson starts to bring the heat as he goes down the back straight. A little bit of shuffling there as we see the athlete in the bright pink shoes moving himself into second position. As they pass the photographer and the pole vault, Finn Johnson seems to be the one who's going to take the cake here. Anything can unfold as we come onto the straight, and that's the best part about track and field. It's not over until it's over. So Johnston's galloping towards the finish, but just behind him, Dinath Silva's coming to make it. Silva putting in a very, very gallant effort there. 2:06.65. Sat on his shoulder. Well, not even. He sat about 5 metres back and thought, you know what? I'll take this if you're not really that interested in it. And Silver gave Johnston the fright of his life there as he looked to his right. To the Xavier athlete in Paul Ryan coming through the line there. Bit of a thriller. Next event on the track, co-commentated by Phil Borg and myself, will be the under-15 Heat 2 of 3 in the 800 metres. In lane 1 from Whitefriars, Oscar Wright. Lane 2 from Caulfield Grammar, Angus Brown. In lane 3 from Parkdale, Riley Sullivan. In lane 4 from Mentone Grammar, Johnny Weldon. In lane 5 from Wesley, Sterling Rolls. In lane 6 from St. Bede's, Samuel Gibson. In lane 7 from St Bernard's, Jude Barrett. In lane 8 from Heathdale, it's Andre Four. And rounding out this heat from Haileybury, Jet Keeley.
On your marks.
So it's Weldon the best to get going there. Johnny Weldon, he's going to fix himself up something here. Hopefully he can fabricate a good race. So on the outside, it's Jet Keeley from Haileybury. But out on the inside, Oscar Wright moving very, very well as they come into the crossover.
So it is that inside runners there in Wright and Brown that move through the best as they go through 200. Joining them there is the Haileybury runner there in Jet Keeley. He's going to cool off the Jets as they go through with 150 to go on their first lap here. Remember, it's the top 3 followed by the next 3 fastest times that progress to the final tomorrow. So they will straighten up here. And let's get a look at some of these hip numbers here as they go through. So Keeley's in the mix. And is the first 2 there in Wright and Brown. So Wright's making the right moves as he goes through 400 in at 58.59.
So as that bell lap rings and rings, it reminds us of Christmas, which is not close enough yet, so let's not talk about it too much, Mariah Carey. So Oscar Wright's out there. He's got some people behind him. The people behind him, of course, are Angus Brown and a Haileybury athlete of Jet Keeley. So can Keeley kick the Jets? We'll not talk about that right now as Angus Brown just eases past Oscar Wright on his right. So as they turn left, it's Oscar Wright going left with him. Phil, as they come onto this straight, what can we see unfold?
Well, look, the top 2 look pretty comfortable right now. Keeley's turning the Jets on now as he goes through the last 100 there. It seems to me that they could be taking the 3 automatic spots as they go through. So Wright takes a look to his right, along with Brown. Keeley will go through for that 3rd spot. And there's going to be Gibson there, who'll have to wait on time, followed by Riley Sullivan. So it's going to be a 2:03.14 in the heats. For the 2 men in front there, Oscar Wright and Angus Brown.
And as you see here, Sterling rolls and rocks his way across the finish line here. as Andre Farrell rounds out this heat. Quite a well-contested heat there, Phil. Thanks, Phil. Good chat.
And the next event on the track here is the final heat of 3 in the men's under 15 800. Let's introduce the field. Station 1 from Melbourne Grammar, Harvey Coleman. Station 2 from St Helena's, Alexander Tompkins. Station 3 from Wesley, Ned Skinner. Station 4 from Beacon Hills, William Anderson. In 5 from St Helena, Nick Tompkins. In 6 from Xavier, Alexander Brain. In 7 from Maribyrnong, Sam Meehan. In 8 from Haileybury, Henry Ainley. In 9 from Billanook, Mitchell Poynton. And in Station 10 from the Geelong College, Lachlan Thomas. They're your 10 starters in the third and final heat of the men's under 15 800.
On your marks.
So they are away and racing, and most aggressive there is Thomas. Then moving through on the inside there is Nick Tompkins. And then that's Alex Brain, who certainly want to use his head to make sure he doesn't fall out of the 3 automatic spots here.
Yeah, so Brain looks to have the smarts here, taking the inside of the athlete on his right. So as they come around the bend, Brain just holding there on the rail in 3rd at the moment, could be 4th.
So they'll straighten up here for the first time. And it looks to be, I think it's the man from St Helena's there in Tompkins in front. So leading early, the Geelong College athlete there, and Thomas sitting there behind him. And then it looks to be Meehan there from Maribyrnong. You also got the Wesley athlete there in, that is Ned Skinner, and also Harvey Coleman. So there's 6 in this. 6 doesn't go into 3.
Most certainly not, Phil. 6 does not go into 3. Well, it does twice, and we don't have enough spots for that. So Meehan will lead this one out so far. Coleman's one to look as a mover and a shaker here, as he sits just on the shoulder there of the athlete from it. He's just moved straight past him. So Coleman shows no stress there, getting past, but someone is going to disagree with that there as they grab him on the inside.
So they go through 200 to go now. So it is Meehan out at front. Coleman sitting that second. Brain has certainly used his head at this current stage. What can he come home with in the last 150 to take that 3rd automatic spot? He's got the APS compatriot there in Lachlan Thomas. So there's going to be 4. There's only 3 places here. It is Meehan out in front. Thomas starts to go on the inside. Brain starts to come through on the outside there as well too. And Coleman starts to labour as well too. So it's going to be the 3 men here. It is Meehan, Brain and Thomas there. They'll cross through in 2:07.
So Coleman's going to be sitting there waiting to see if he gets that little cue through. Well, actually, top 4 from ET go through. Top 3. So we will see, yeah, Coleman just waiting patiently for that. What is the next event on the track there, Phil? Oh, we've got the under 18 male 800 metres coming up as well. So some more 800 metre action for your afternoon. For those of you joining us on the live stream, it's excellent time for you to pop up for a quick second as we've got a brief gap. See you in 5 minutes, get some refreshments, and be ready to sit down and get some hardcore 800 metre racing. So as they undergo their preparations, we have the under-18 male 800 metres, heat 1 of 2. Progression to the final will be as follows. So we get 12 of you going through the final. That's top 4 from each heat plus the next 4 best times. Station 1 from the Geelong College, Jacob Sprunt. Station 2 from Cardinia International, James Lee. In lane 4 from St Francis Xavier, Jack Waters. Station 4 from Wesley, Hamish Donoghue. Station 5 from Scotch, Lachlan Gantz. Station 6 from Whitefriars, Josh Asker. I said his name before in the from Pegs, Dylan Agoda-Watt. In Station 8 from St Marcus, it's Seb Vandenbrink.
On your marks.
So we are away and racing here in this 800 metres. Sprunt definitely getting out pretty well there, but the athlete to the far right there, Vandenbrink, seems to be doing his best out there too. So Egadawate moving in front. Will he get the jump on the Wesley athlete of Hamish Donoghue? So Donoghue's boxed against the fence there as they come very, very rapidly through 200 metres there in just under 27 seconds.
Yeah, so Donoghue won that 1500 not too long ago, that's last week. And Egadawate was very competitive in the 3,000 metre event, but it is at the moment. Let's just get that hit number for you there. That looks to be Vanderbrink there. So he's done the outside. Just tried to be aggressive and now finds himself at the front. Egadawate next, and then you got Donoghue. You have Gantz there from Scotch, and then you have Lay from Cardinia International as well too.
Yeah, so Vandenbrink sitting very, very comfortably out the front there of Egadawate. So Vandenbrink and Egadawate will want to pick this up as Donoghue starts to mount his battle from the back. So Donoghue moves past them as if they were standing still. He's the one, he's the specialist. He ran very well in that 1500 last weekend, but this is this weekend. It's all about what's happening right now. So Egadawate and Donoghue are going to come around through 150 to go.
So they'll straighten up for one last time. Donoghue takes a look to his left, sees Egadawate on his shoulder. It is the top 4 that get through, and they look like they have stretched away. And also in that top 4 looks to be the Scotch runner there in Lachlan Gantz. And then you also have James Lay. So they're going to be the top 4. Egadawate will take line honours there. Head of Donoghue, Gantz, and Lay just tick over 2 minutes. The times are relevant today. All they need to do is just progress for those 4. However, the time is very relevant if you finish outside, as the next 4 best times will progress. So that's the first heat of 2 there in the men's under 18 800. Next event on the track is the second of 2 heats in the men's under 18 800 metres. We have 8 starters in Station 1 from Baldwin High, Camille Hagazi. In 2 from Cardinia International, Charles Lay. In 3 from Lindale Secondary, Adel Rahim Moyad. In 4 from Luther, Lachlan Marasco. In 5 from Glenara, Liam Mishkel. Station 6 from St Francis Xavier, Harvey Anderson. Station 7 from Xavier, Jack Retschka. And Station 8, representing Scotch, Alexander Merry, the 8 starters in the second of 2 heats.
On your marks.
So they're away and racing here, and it is Merry who gets off to a relatively good start. Charles Lay from Cardinia International moving through nicely there as well. And then you look to the inside is Higazi there. So it is the top four they get through. And now it is Merry getting to his running, just sitting in that second spot in a relatively nice position.
Yeah, so Merry is having himself a joyful time there, just sitting along as they travel around. Now, I've heard a message from his possibly one of his coaches at Xavier that old mate Jack, it's Hip 7 Jack Resker, needs to get a wriggle on or he won't be very happy. So as we go on to the straight here, should be Lathe just coming on there. So just over 60 seconds as they come through the first lap and collect that bell.
So they do collect that bell, and is Lay still holding on the inside there. On the outside there, rather, is Anderson, who looks like he's made his move, and also Marasco responding there as well. So Merry just dropping back into fourth and fifth, which you see Higazi getting back into his running there as well. So they'll go through 600, under 130, so it was 2 minutes flat for that first heat. Times are going to be very important for the guys in that third, fourth, and fifth position right now, as they want to make sure they're in that top three position. So they will straighten up for one last time. The first two look quite clear. So it looks to be Harvey Anderson from St. Francis Xavier. Marasco goes with him. And then Higazi also holding. Lay's got to hold on for that fourth spot. A fast finish there from Merry, but Merry will miss out. It's going to be 2 minutes flat again, 2 flat 98. That's going to be Anderson, Marasco looking comfortable in those two spots there. And Merry, I don't think we'll be having such a merry time waiting for that final non-automatic progression spot.
He was a little bit late to going when those Merry bells did jingle after the first lap. So hopefully he gets through to the final and can redeem himself there.
Next event on the track here is the first of two preliminary heats for the women's under 17 800 metres. Once again, we'll be taking 12 through to the final. It's going to be the top 4 in each heat, plus the next 4 best times. Let's introduce the field to you now. We've got 9 starters. Station 1, representing Lavala Catholic College, it's Maddie Boyd. Station 2, from Brighton Girls, Piper Hartnett. Station 3, from McRob, Thea Prattley. Station 4, from Sacred Heart Geelong, Maggie Clatworthy. Station 5, from Viewbank, Poppy Scott Dalgleish. Station 6, from Melbourne Girls Grammar, it's Xu Ying Zhang. Station 7, from Eltham High, Ali Brooks. Station 8, from Frankston High, Declan Tanner. And Station 9, from St. Joseph's Echuca, Scarlett Southern. They're your 9 starters. And you're now in the starters' hands.
On your marks.
So they are away and racing here in the first of 2 heats. And Southern using a 400 speed to try and get herself to the front there. It's hard to do from the outside. Now she's just going to make that move. Tanner, also a good 400 metre pedigree from the fish, is also moving very strong. So it's going to be Southern and Tanner that go through in those first spots. They also see Maddie Boyd there. Also got Poppy Scott Dalgleish as well. So it's going to be the top 4 that progress. So they move through 300 in about 48, 49. And it looks to be Declan Tanner in front there. And now moving relatively behind her is Ali Brooks. And they also got Scott Dalgleish and Southern. So they're going to be the 4 that go through at the moment, followed by Clatworthy. So Tanner just starts to extend herself with 300 to go. Brooks looks like she's coming through next with Southern and Scott Dalgleish. And then also Clatworthy just finds herself in a little bit of a peloton position there in 5th place. And she will have work to do if she wants that 4th automatic spot into the final tomorrow. So Tanner just breaks away to about a 20 to 30 metre gap. She says, I'm going to have a crack at the heats, and no doubt I'll be back for the final tomorrow. So Tanner will straighten up for one last time. She's going to take a look and realise that her competitors are still 20 to 30 metres back. She looked at that 2nd spot there as well. That 4th spot's up for grabs, certainly. As we see, a big finish there by Thea Prattley to go through that 4th spot. So Tanner wins it ahead of Scott Dalgleish and Brooks. And Prattley will get that 4th automatic spot ahead of Southern. It's going to be 2:16 on the clock as we see Noah Oliver for another victory ceremony and medal presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Borg. Victory ceremony and medal presentation for the under-14 female hammer throw. Receiving the bronze medal in a 3rd place getter with a throw of 30 metres and 89 from Sacred Heart Geelong, Samantha Miles. Our 2nd place getter and silver medalist from OLMC, the throw of 34-30, Emily McKinley. And our gold medalist and Victorian all-school state champion from the Geelong College with a throw of 35-65, Sama Morange.
Good stuff there, Noz. And now we'll have the 2nd of 2 heats in the women's under 17 800. Let's introduce the field. We have 10 starters once again. And Station 1 from Belmont High, it's Poppy Nivrovich. In Station 2, representing Morty Alec, Celestine Debrag Tamai. In 3 from John Monash Science School, it's Isabella Tebos. Station 4 from Marasion, Darcy Knowles. Station 5 from Maribyrnong, Georgia Meehan. Station 6 from Lighthouse, Sarah Hastings. Station 7 from Catherine Macaulay College, Genevieve Neal. Station 8 from Wesley's Ashlyn Jansen. And Station 9 from Christian College Geelong, it's Susanna Mavramahalis. Station 10 from Colby Catholic College, Ella Little Hales. That's your 10 starters in heat number 2.
On your marks. Stand up. On your marks.
So they're away and racing, and it's the Mordiac athlete there in Debag Tamai. Moves past the outside there of T-Boss, and out wide there looks to be Little Hales from Colby Catholic College. So it's going to be those two that will go to the front. So they'll go through 200 in about 31, 32 seconds there. But it is a relatively tight pack as I go through the top bend for the first time. 2 laps to negotiate here in this event. As a reminder, it's the top 4 that get through automatically. It's no doubt setting up to be quite an interesting finish here already, as there's 5, 6, 7 of them definitely in a competitive position right now. So it is Debag Tamai who goes through, and then also making a good run on the outside there is Nivrovich. So with them is Sarah Jansen. You have Mavramahalis as well too. And then you have Neil from Catherine Macaulay. So they're going to be the 5 now. 5 doesn't go into 4. So it's that Wesley runner there in Jansen. Sitting nicely behind there of Debag Tamai. No, Debag Tamai is in 3rd place there at the moment. So she's just preventing any opportunity for her to drop back. So they hit through 600 with 200 to go. 148 on the clock. So it looks to be a slower heat. So for those out of that top 4 position right now, they'll be certainly wanting to remedy that. So they will straighten up for one last time. So Jansen just sitting nicely there in that 2nd position ahead. That looks to be Nivrovich out in front. But Jansen now dropping. She's now dropping that 5th position, and it's a big finish there from Mavramahalis. But Nivrovich will probably just hold on there. So Nivrovich takes line honours ahead of Mavramahalis. Neil next, and Debag Tamai, that aggressive start allows her to hold on for that 4th spot. And Jansen will have to wait on time. 2:26 on the clock. And we now go back to Noah Oliver for another presentation.
Thank you very much, Phil. Victory ceremony and medal presentation for the under-15 female hammer throw. Our 3rd place getter receiving the bronze medal today from Mount Rowan in a throw of 26.36, Matilda Bennett. Our silver medalist representing Craigieburn with a throw of 38.96, Hannah Rowe. And our gold medalist and Victorian all-school state champion with a throw of 40.23 from Viewbank College, Zoe Ryan. And the crowd goes wild. Next presentation and victory ceremony is the under-16 female hammer throw. In third place, receiving the bronze medal from Viewbank with a throw of 33.01, Freya Wilson. Our second place getter today from Clonard with a throw of 33.57, Chantel Leslie Hughes. And our gold medalist and Victorian all-school state track and field champion with a throw of 45.20 from Sacred Heart, Hayley Stubbs.
Next event on the track here is the first of two preliminary heats in the men's under 17 800 metres. We've got 9 starters here in the first heat. Once again, it's the top 4 in each heat plus the next 4 best times to progress to the final tomorrow. Here's the field. Station 1 from Xavier, it's Josh Daly. In Station 2 from St Mary's, Jed Gibney. Station 3 from Emmanuel College, Ethan Snyders. Station 4 from Trinity, Will Caddick. Station 5 from Parkdale Secondary, Effian Evans. Station 6 from Western Heights, it's Joshua Unthank. Station 7 from Wesley, it's James Gibbs. Station 8 from St Francis, it's Jackson Wright. And Station 9 from Geelong Grammar, it's Henry Huang. They're your 9 starters in the first of 2 heats.
On your marks. Stand up. On your marks.
So they are away and racing here, and it's Gibbs that gets off to a good start, and also Will Caddick. Went sub 50 last week in the 4 and is going to use that speed to get to the front. Accompanying him is Josh Daly there from Xavier. And then you also have Jackson Unthank from Western Heights. So Caddick goes through 200 in about 26, 27. Daly going with him. And then you got Unthank. There's a bunch of 8 of them. So there's 8 of them in this right now. There certainly won't be 8 of them as they go through, I don't think, for the second time later on in this race. So it is Will Caddick. They'll just sit out in front of Daly. It's a good move there from James Gibbs from Wesley. Behind them is Wright. Gibney there as well. Evans, Snyders, and then Huang at the back. So Caddick goes through 500 now, 1:11, 1:12 on the clock. Daly next, Unthanks. The top 3 or 4 have remained relatively unchanged throughout the course of his race. Gibbs trying to make that move along with Wright. So there's 5 now, so it's a top 4 that get through, remember. Wright's definitely not in the right direction in that top 4 automatic qualifying spots right now. And he's going to desperately try to make sure he doesn't drift away from those positions. So Caddick's gone from the front. He's looked pretty comfortable so far. Daly has a look to his right, but realises he's got Unthank for company as well too. And then you also have Gibbs as well. And it looks like they're going to be the 4 that take it out. So Caddick cruises through. Unthank says, thank you very much. I'm going to take that second spot. And then you have Daly and Gibbs as well. And Wright will have to go through on time there. So we'll wait patiently in this next heat.
Down on the infield, we have victory ceremony and medal presentation for the under-14 men's javelin. Our third place getter receiving the bronze medal from Doncaster with a throw of 34.46, Toby Smith. Our silver medalist from St Helena with a throw of 35.41, Toby Hamilton. And our first place getter, state champion in this event with a throw of 38.30 from Haileybury, Asher Wilson. Thank you. Now back to you, Phil, for the next race.
Thanks, Noz. So we have the second of 2 heats here in the men's under 17 800 here. We've got 10 starters. And once again, it's that top 4, followed by the next 4 best times. We'll get through. Let's introduce the field. Station 1 from St Kevin's is Rob Hopkins. Station 2 from Scotch, Sam Allen. Station 3 from Haileybury, Brodie Atchison. Station 4 from Emmaus, Jake Olorenshaw. Station 5 from St. Pat's Ballarat, Jackson McInerney. Station 6 from Geelong Grammar, Jason Ginn. Station 7 from Western Heights, it's Jackson Unthank. Station 8 from Heathdale is Isaac Foray. Station 9 is back again from St. Bernard's, it's Charles Barrett. And Station 10 from Geelong Grammar, it's Edward Sher and the 10 starters in the second of 2 heats and now in the starters' hands.
On your marks.
So they're off and racing here in the second of 2 preliminary heats. Charles Barrett certainly a one to watch here, and you've also got McInerney from Ballarat, but it looks to be Hopkins that's gone to the front here, along with the 2 ABS compatriots there in Allen and Aitchison from Scotch and Haileybury, respectively. So Hopkins just goes to the front. Aitchison just on his outside says, no, I might want that front spot as well too. 5 or 6 of them as they go through 300. So it's round about that 2 flat 201 time in that first heat set by Will Caddick. Barrett just sitting nicely in 3rd position, and he moves to the front now. So it is Barrett. It's going to be Aitchison as well too. Hopkins just drifting back. And you've got the other Unthink boy, Jackson, there as well. So Barrett takes the lead. Aitchison nicely on his shoulder as well as Allen. Hopkins looking to move wide as he goes through the outside there. I think that's maybe the Emmaus runner there in Olorenshaw in 6th. So Hopkins starts to make a move with 200 to go. And then we also see McInerney going through on the outside there as well too. So a lot of moves being made in that last 150 metres. And then I'll turn for 100 to go, and it is Barrett out in front. He's got the 15 3K pedigree as well, so he's definitely got the endurance. But 5 doesn't go into 4, maybe 6 doesn't even go to the 4. So it is Barrett. It's going to be Allen and Emmaus there in Olorenshaw and McInerney that go through 201, 2-3. Hopkins and Jackson Unthank will have to wait on time, as well as Aitchison. A slightly slower heat, but not too slow. It's going to be very interesting to see who takes those remaining 4 non-automatic spots. That's going to be the second of your 2 heats there. The men's under 17,800. From one event, we're going to go straight to the next one here. It's the first of 2 preliminary heats in the women's under 16 800 metres. We've got 8 starters once again. Station 1 from Tintern, it's Emily Scherer. Station 2 from Sacred Heart, it's Sarah Fitzpatrick. Station 3 from Loretto, it's Alice Stretton. Station 4 from Strathcona, it's Liv Collette. Station 5 from Aquinas, it's Alicia Harmer. Station 6 from Druin Secondary, it's Charlotte Cunningham. Station 7 from Heathmont is Christina Nikovsky, and Station 8 from Emmanuel is Lucy Cleveland. The 8 starters, and now in the starters' hands.
On your marks.
So they're away and racing here. The first of 2 heats here. And it looks to be Scherer on the inside, as well as Fitzpatrick. They make the most aggressive moves in the first stage of this race. Stretton slotting nicely there in third as well. So it's the inside 2 of Scherer and Fitzpatrick that maintain the front of the field right now. So go through 234.35. So the top 4, time's not irrelevant if you're in the top 4. But if you're in that 5th or 6th position, I would be panicking right now for sure. So they'll straighten up for the first time. Looks like the pace just slowing down a little bit there. Some tactics are definitely coming into play here. So it is Cleveland now that goes to the front here as they hit the bell. Scherer still in front there in the 2nd position, and then you have Cunningham. And Cunningham looks like she wants to make that move there. Back behind there is Harmer from Aquinas. So Cunningham wanted to make the move. Cleveland responded. But a lot of them are still in this. So once again, it is that top 4 spot that progresses them automatically into that final. Let's go through 200, 152 there on the clock. And now we see some moves made that looks to be Colette that's made that move. Sitting in 6th now, she sees herself into 3rd and in that lead pack. So there's a group of 3 now, and that 4th one looks to a stretch clear potentially as well. So that's Fitzpatrick and Cleveland that will progress through along with Colette. And then Scherer there as well. So 2:27 there on the clock. So Fitzpatrick, Cunningham, Colette, and Scherer will automatically progress through that final. And we'll go to my mate Noz for another medal presentation.
Thank you, Borgie. You've got the victory ceremony and medal presentation for the under-14 female long jump. Our 3rd place getter and receiving the bronze medal from North Geelong with a jump of 4.93, Sienna Belinsky. Our silver medalist with a jump of 5 meters 30 from Greensborough, Dina Gurges. And our gold medalist and Victorian all-school state champion from St. Monica's, with a jump of 5.39, Layla Dela Cruz. Over to you, Phil.
Great work there, Noz. And now for the 2nd of 2 heats in the women's under 16 800. Once again, we've got 8 starters here. Station 1 from Montmorency, it's Georgia Lestrange. Station 2 from Grovedale, Emily McCormick. Station 3 from Brighton, Lucy Kearney. Station 4 from Albert Park, Honor Tobin. Station 5 from Furbank, Vegas Henry. Station 6 from the Academy of Mary Immaculate, Amelia Rossi. Station 7 from Loretto Mandeville Hall, Isla Quick. And Station 8 from Wesley Sienna Road, there are 8 starters in the 2nd of 2 preliminary heats.
On your marks.
So we are off and racing. Quick, moving quickly towards the front. You've got the inside there is Lestrange. Tobin got good 400-metre wheels, just slotting nicely into that 2nd place. Behind them is Rowe. You got Vegas Henry there from Furbank. This looks to be Lestrange starting from the inside. Works her way into the front Honor Tobin sitting comfortably there in second place. Says, I'll let you do the work for now. So all relatively bunched up at this current stage. It looks to me quite a substantially faster heat than the first. So it's Lestrange out the front, Tobin behind. You also got Rowe, McCormick there as well, and then you have Rossi. So it is Lestrange, Tobin on her shoulder. On that outside there is Rowe. Then you've got McCormick on that inside line, but Rossi is trying to stick with her as well too. She's in that 5th spot right now. 5th doesn't automatically qualify you to the final. At this current stage, it is a substantially quicker heat than the first. So it's Tobin that's now moved to the front. Rowe in that 2nd spot. It looks to be, it might be McCormick there in that 3rd spot. But Honor Tobin, all class. She'll take this heat with relative ease. Rowe coming through in 2nd. McCormick through 1st. And a good finish there from Lucy Kearney, who's going to get that 3rd spot. Rossi will come through next. She'll have to wait on time. There goes that aggressive start from Lestrange. Potentially may have caused her to get through as a non-automatic spot, but we'll wait for that over the next coming stages. But that's the 2nd of your 2 heats in the women's under 16 800 metres. Next event on the track here is the first of 2 preliminary heats in the men's under 16 800 metres. We've got 9 starters for you in this first heat. Starting in Station 1 from Xavier's Brady Ryan. Station 2 from Melbourne High, Daniel Ball. Station 3 from Sandringham, Archie Matson. Station 4 from Cardinia International, Angus Borshman. Station 5 from Druin Secondary, Riley Stewart. Station 6 from St Michael's, Will Skinner. Station 7 from Western Heights, Will Charles. Station 8 from Aquinas, Callum Settle. And Station 9 from Thomas Carr, Stephen Morgan. They're your 9 starters in the first of 2 heats. Top 4 go through automatically, followed by the next 4 fastest times.
On your marks.
So they are off and racing here in the first of 2 heats. And it looks to be Stewart and Skinner out aggressively, and also the Xavier runner there in Brady Ryan. So going to be the 3 to try and separate this field early on. So coming through there, Charles and Settle. So welcome back Noah Oliver into the commentary box.
That's right, Phil. It's good to be back up here.
So as this race gets along, Brady Ryan just moving there out the front. So this next lap is where things are going to start to hustle and bustle. So, to quote Dean Martin, bells are ring, ding-a-ling-a-ling, as we say, Vita Bella, that's Amore here. And around we go, Brady Ryan moving very, very strongly. So, Ryan sat pretty dominantly for most of this race, Phil.
Yeah, he certainly has there, Noah. So he's got Matson, Borchman, Stewart, and Skinner, 3, 4, 5, and 6 in hip numbers. So Ryan's led from go to woe right now as we see some moves made on the outside there. So it looks to be, might be Borchman there. We'll confirm that for you in a sec. But Ryan just dropping back into that third position. With no qualms at this stage, it is the top 4 that get through. So we'll straighten up here for one last time. And it looks to be the man from Druin here in Riley Stewart, Brady Ryan. Pretty good effort front running. And he'll hold on for that second, third, potentially fourth spot. Doesn't matter, he's through regardless. Settle will get through. And also Matson. So they're going to be your top 4 there in 2:03.42. The man from Druin, Riley Stewart, takes out that first heat. The next event on the track here is the second of 2 heats in the men's under 16, 800 metres. We've got 8 starters for you. Starting in Station 1 from Waverley, it's Lucas Chiss, 1500 champ from last week. Station 2 from Luther, Aidan Moresco. Station 3 from St Margaret's, Anjana Jayalath. Station 4 from Bacchus Marsh Grammar, Ethan Bloss. Station 5 from Bendigo Southeast, Avery McDermott. Station 6 from Timboon, Jared Ferguson. Station 7 from Brighton Grammar, Ethan Miller. And Station 8 from Scotch, Hugo Stubbs. There 8 starters, second heat of 2. The men's under 16, 800.
On your marks.
So away here, Lucas Chiz with a 3:54 last week in the 1500 away well. Also on the outside there is Stubbs from Scotch. You have Ferguson as well from Timboon, as well as McDermott. So Chiz goes to the front. Stubbs just deciding to sit back right now. So they go through 227.28. So all nicely bunched up together right now. As they wrap around. The home straight for the first time. So it is Lucas Chiss out in front there. Ahead of, looks to be Ferguson, and we see Marasco make a move to the outside, along with McDermott, Miller. Stubbs sitting back, Gilith and Bloss there as well, but Lucas Chiss starts to break away here. Has made that move with 400 to go. As a 3:54 man, he's got that endurance to come home. So Chiz looking very comfortable. But that second to fourth spot certainly not over and done with here as well. So Chiz turns for home. Looking very strong here. That second and third spot look reasonably comfortably owned there by Marasco and Bloss. But watch out for Gilith and Miller is going to be very tight for that 4th spot. I think Jalith may have held on, but we'll go to the professionals there. Lucas Chisel class in 2:03.62. And that's your second of 2 heats in the men's under 16 800. Alrighty, yo, next event on the track is a combined event. We have the under 15, 17, and 20 men's para event for the 800 meters, which is a field to you. We have 10 starters. Station 1, this is in the under 15 competition. Station 1 from Padua, Thomas McGolf. Station 2 from Nagami Primary, Brody Miller. And Station 3 from Strathmore, Gilly Lumby. In the under 17 competition, Station 4 from Brighton Grammar, Leopold Reeve. Station 5 from Glenara, Angus Murray. Station 6 from Emerson, Tyler Lamb. And Station 7 from Yarra Rangers, Bradley McMeekin. And in the under 20 competition, Station 8 from Ashwood Specialist, it's Alex Nathan. Station 9 from Warrandyte High, Dylan Vindana Patharana. And Station 10 from Bentley Secondary, Ori Drabkin. They're your 10 starters in the combined under 15, 17, and 20 para 800 meter event.
On your marks.
So McMeekin moves away very, very rapidly. As we see this 800 metres, what can unfold in the next 2 laps of excitement for these para athletes. So Alex Nason there and Brighton Grammar from Reeve there, just settling themselves down at the front of the pack of this race. Of course, in different age categories, so they're not competing against each other, but they can use each other as a toe to whip themselves around this track. So Nason running very, very strongly. So is Leopold Reeve from Brighton Grammar. So Reeves just hanging on to this one here. He's taking himself quite a good first lap. See what he does in the remaining 450 metres. So here's the leader for this one. That's Reeve. Nason leading his category. Tyler Lamb from Emerson doing very well too. So Vidana Patharana comes through the line there, about 72 seconds. As Reeve starts to put the boogie on. Now he's starting to drop the rest of his competitors here. So Reeve looks to be the strongest competitor in the field today. Alex Nason leading the under-20 event. So as Reeve turns left once again for the final time. Clock is at 1:50 at the moment, so we could be on for something around that 2-minute mark. Reeve gets onto the straight. The clock ticks over 2 minutes. So can he get home? He's absolutely legging it here. He's giving it all he's got and some more. He's putting a lot of mustard on this hot dog, and he's definitely ready to reap his rewards here. So 2:14.07 unofficially there for Leopold Reeve, as Alex Nason comes through to the finish line here, and so does Vedana Patharana. So Nason takes out his race in 2:27 and a bit. Vedana Patharana settling for second there, 2:32. We got a quick charge there from Thomas McGough to close out his race and take the win there for his cool Padua, 2:40-ish. As the athlete Ori Drabkin comes to the line. Don't forget, we've got Angus Murray coming to the line right now, 2:50. Of course, these are all about percentages. Line honours doesn't necessarily mean you're taking the biscuits home. We see McMeekin make his way onto the straight there, and so does Brody Miller. So Brody Miller's run a very, very great run today in that direct sunlight that you get in the afternoon at Lakeside. So Brody Miller will canter across the line here in 3:12 as McMeekin gives it all he's got here to finish off these last 10 metres there. So McMeekin through 3:19. And our final competitor there, Gilly Lumby from Strathmore, making his way through there at 3:27. A very excellent race from all the lads involved. They're going to wait patiently and see how their percentages find out who is the winner. Thank you.
Yeah, next event on the track here is the final of the women's under 15, under 17, and under 20 800 meter para event. We've got 3 competitors for you in Station 1 in the under 15 competition from Avila, Zoe Schultz. Station 3 from Emerson in the under 17 competition is Habiba Mudden. And Station 5 in the under 20 competition from Ashford Specialist is Emily Larg. So there are your 3 starters in the women's 800 meter para events.
On your marks.
So they are away and racing here in this para event. And Schultz and Mudden off to a really good start there. Larg doing fantastically there as well too. So it is a very aggressive start. They go through in 15-16 through that first lap. So it's Schultz in front of Mudden. And Mudden will cut in. Now Larg will just go through those little green bottles. So 3 athletes, 3 different age groups. So they go through 200 about 34, 35. They're moving very, very swiftly. So it's Schultz, that aggressive pace from the start gets her now to 300 meters. So 55, 56 on the clock. Mudden moving very swiftly, and also Larg. Start to separate the 3 competitors here. And it is Zoe Schultz from Avila. As she goes and hears that bell chime now. So 118, 119 on the clock. Mudden now coming through next. And then you have Emily Larg from Ashwood Specialist. So Schultz in front. The gap back to Mudden is about that 60, 70 meter distance now. Larg has definitely closed that gap to Mudden there as well. So Zoe Schultz goes through 600 now. The clock ticks over 2 minutes. As Larg moves on the outside there of Mudden, so she's going second in the overall race. But as I mentioned before, 3 competitors, 3 age groups, which means 3 gold medals. So Schultz, the gap back to Larg is now extended to 100 meters. It's been a great run by the lady from Avila. So let's straighten up. Well, let's get behind them, ladies and gentlemen, as our para athletes come through to collect the end of this 800 meter race. So Zoe Schultz from Avila, is there a possibility she can get under that 3-minute mark? 2:54, 55. I reckon she's going to get under there potentially. 2:59.23. Well done there to Zoe Schultz from Avila, under that 3-minute mark there. So see Larg comes through with 50 meters left, and Mudden not too far away as well. So let's rally around Emily Larg from Ashwood Specialist. She comes through to complete the race. See Schultz applauding her competitors there. It's going to be a 3:28.29. And a gold medal there for Emily Larg. I talked to Larg earlier today and she said she wanted that gold medal, and she's certainly going to have that around her neck now. So our final competitor here is Habiba Mudden from Emerson. So let's get behind her. She might be under that 4-minute mark, I think. She's going to cross through just under, I think. So we have an under 3-minute, under 4-minute marker there by all competitors. They all are going to receive gold medals here in the para event for women in the 800 meters. Hooray.
Victory ceremony and medal presentation for the men's under 15 javelin. In third place with a throw of 35 metres 39, representing Aitken, Chehan Udukambala. In second place with a throw of 42 metres 87, representing Lighthouse, Leonka Chandrasena. And in first place, a Victorian All Schools champion with a throw of 42 metres 98, representing Waruna, Kai Norton. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists.
So as our next competitors file into the waiting area before the 800 metre start, we'll get introducing heat 1 of 3 of the under 14 800 metres. Of course, 12 athletes will advance to the final. It's top 3 from each heat plus the next 3 best times. Station 1 from Haileybury, it's Surapija Sujindran. In Station 2 from Genazzano, Tilly Johnson. Station 3 from Wrighton, it's Madeline Kearney. Station 4 from Lauriston, Sophie Senior. In Station 5 from St Monica's, Eva Romeo. In Station 6 from Wesley, it's Ceci Clissold. In Station 7 from Berwick, it's Mia Spencer. Station 8 from Loretto Mandeville Hall, it's Emma Lynch. And rounding out this first heat from Wrighton Girls, it's Michaela Ward.
On your marks.
So Senior the best to get away here, and we'll wait for them to cross over at those bottles to decide who's going to lead this one, of course. So as the pack begins to shuffle at the moment, this crossover someone will either get boxed in or someone will chase right to the front. So the Haileybury athlete of Surapija Sujindran is just going to get tuck herself in on the rail there. Try and lead this one from the start. I guess 800 metres is all about tactics over that 2 and a bit minute 2-lap cycle. So Sujindran is the one that is leading this one at the moment. And as they come around the bend there, Sujindran is just sitting there in those bright pink shoes. So on her shoulder at the moment, I can't quite get that hip number. But it's the Genazzano athlete of Tilly Johnson just starting to pull out in front there. So Johnson's just going to take this one for this next lap as they ring that bell, that sweet, sweet symphony. The Wrighton athlete there next to her, Michaela Ward, begins to start behind her. So as the bell echoes through the beautiful Lakeside Stadium on this wonderful Saturday afternoon, Johnson's going to start putting the foot down here and distance herself from her competitors. Michaela Ward wants to get in on that party as well, so she'll go with her, those bright pink shoes, just catching that afternoon sunlight. So Ward and Johnson are the ones that'll take this one around the bend for the final 200 metres of this race. Anything can happen, of course, and these are only the prelims. So this is all a very exciting preview to what we'll see tomorrow. So Johnson's holding pretty strongly. She'll like to sit here comfortably regardless. She can finish in the top 3 and make it through to the finals tomorrow. Same goes with Michaela Ward. So it's a matter of whether they want to put down a good time and get themselves a good seed or just cruise on through and save those legs. So Johnson and Ward just jockeying a little bit for position as Madeline Kearney sits on their rear. So those 3 will take through to the final, the big Qs, and we'll wait patiently with Sophie Senior to see if she makes it through as well. 2:28.94 on the clock unofficially there, so a pretty decent run there for a heat. Just getting ready here is heat 2 of 3 of the under 14 800 metres. Station 1 from Wembley, it's Octavia Farfaglia. Station 2 from Wesley, it's Claudia Crowder. Station 3 from Leto Mandeville Hall, Arabella East. Station 4 from Caulfield Grammar, Georgie Lindsay. Station 5 from Elstonwick, Frankie Hyde. Station 6, joining us from Wesley, it's Charlotte Gibbs. Grace Robinson from Diamond Valley College is in 7. From St Joseph's in lane 8, it's Emily Southern. And joining us from Catholic College Sale, it's Taylor Mizzy in 9.
On your marks.
So as Heat 2 gets underway, who is going to join Tilly Johnson, Madeline Kearney and Michaela Ward in the final? So we see the Loretto athlete in Arabella East just starting to wind it up a little bit there. So as they come to the cut in, I'll wait on those hip numbers. But the pack is definitely starting to clump up in some spots and separate in the other. It's a bit like Oobleck. So as they come around, make that beautiful left-hand turn. That's one of 4 left-hand turns they'll be making today. So the pack begins to shuffle to single file now as we come into the straight. So the Wesley athlete is going to take out the first lap here. That is, of course, Charlotte Gibbs. So Gibbs leads them through the first lap as they collect the bell. Emily Southern in tow behind, and Taylor Mizzy from Catholic College Sale on her rear. So Charlotte Gibbs leads the pack as Taylor Mizzy jostles herself just in front of Emily Southern. So anything can happen in this next 300 metres as we see Charlotte Gibbs continue to move very strongly there. So Taylor Mizzy's going to take it to her as well. Emily Southern starting to fall back in the pack a little bit there. So 200 metres to go. Charlotte Gibbs, can she stick in there and hold on to this one? Again, it's just the heat. The first 3 will go through and the next 3 fastest will join them in the final. So who will join Johnson, Kearney and Ward in the final? So Charlotte Gibbs just jockeying a little bit there with Taylor Mizzy. Taylor Mizzy takes the lead. So Taylor's sitting very, very well there as Gibbs begins to labour a bit. Just behind her, Octavia Farfaglia. So those 3 will progress through. 2:25.95. The remaining girls will await very, very patiently and see if they get those little cues next to their name on the start list. I'll throw you down to the infield now. My friend Phil Borg will take you through another presentation.
Thanks, Noz. I have to admit, I just haven't seen such enthusiastic support for Taylor Mizzy just then. That was fantastic. But look, back here on the infield here, it is the victory ceremony and medal presentation for the men's under 15 800 metre para event. In third place, receiving the bronze medal in a time of 3 minutes 11.77 and a percentage of 61.09%, representing Nagambie Primary School, Brodie Miller. In second place, receiving the silver medal in a time of 2 minutes 39.89 and a percentage of 68.74%, representing Padua, Thomas McGough. And in first place, in Victorian All Schools champion in a time of 3 minutes 28.43 and a percentage of 71.71%, representing Strathmore, it is Gilly Lumby. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists.
Thanks, Borgie. Now, as Heat 3 begins to get ready for their race, let's see who's going to join Octavia Farfaglia, Emily Southern, Taylor Mizzy, Tilly Johnston, Maddie Kearney, Michaela Ward in that final. So, here's your starters for Heat 3 of 3. Again, the top 3 from each heat, plus the next 3 best times advance to the final tomorrow. In Station 1 from Wrighton Girls, it's Lauren Tay. In 2 from Genazzano, Madeline Sekius. In Station 3 from Albert Park, Freya Mithen. Station 4 from Matthew Flinders, Lainey Scott. In 5, Alana Sheridan. In 6, Lucille Malcolmson. In 7, Chloe Lynette. In 8, Matilda D. Young. In 9, Eva Nash. And in 10, rounding out the final of these heats, it's Luca Tomeski from Loreto Mandeville Hall.
On your marks.
So we are away and racing here in what will be possibly the first of their all-schools campaigns for many years to come. So the Haileybury athlete Matilda D. Young seems to get a good start there, followed by the Genazzano athlete of Madeline Sekius. So Sekius sitting quite comfortably there, being joined by Matilda D. Young from Haileybury. So as they jockey each other on this line, up against that inside rail, we'll see what happens as they turn around the bend. Of course, going around the bend on the outside of someone is the long way and the hard way, that's for sure. So there's no point making any moves, trying to overtake someone on the bend because you'll end up behind them on the straight. So Sekius leads this one through 250 metres. 350 there. So it's Chloe Lynette that's going to move very, very, very patiently and sit on the shoulders of Sekius there in 2. So the Wrighton athlete of Lauren Tay also perched very, very happily on the back of them there. Breathing down each other's necks, copping ponytails to the face. This is how close this race is. So Madeline Sekius is going to lead them through here. And Chloe Lynette from Blackburn is just going to perch herself behind. So that's the 3 that we're going to see go through to the final if they've got anything to do with it. But it looks to be Matilda D. Young that's going to stick those daggers in for the last chance at getting that auto qualifier as they come through 175 metres. So Sekius on the inside and Chloe Lynette on the out. So this bunch of 4, of course, as Phil Borg says, 4 doesn't go into 3. So one of those girls is going to have to get moving, and it looks to be Matilda D. Young that says, if no one's going to do it, I'll do it for them. So Lynette goes, how's about that? I'm going with you as we go 3 abreast into the line. So De Young clutching up and trying to get that auto qualifier. I think she'll go through the little queue there nonetheless. 2:23.68 unofficially. Left that the officials to judge that, of course, and those girls will be ecstatic to find out whether they've made the final tomorrow. Over to you on the infield, Phil, for another presentation.
Thanks for that, Noz. Great race there. And now we're here for the victory ceremony and medal presentation for the men's under 20 800-metre para event. In 3rd place, receiving the bronze medal in a time of 2 minutes 46.55 and a percentage of 70.35, representing Bentley Secondary, Ori Drabkin. In 2nd place, in a time of 2 minutes 32.75 and a percentage of 71.95, representing Warrandyte High, Dylan Vindana Pitharana. And in 1st place, a Victorian All Schools champion in a time of 2 minutes 27.37 and a percentage of 74.58%, representing Ashwood Specialists, Alex Nason. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists.
Thanks, Phil. Next event on the track is, of course, the long-awaited under-14 men's 800 metres. So 12 will advance to the final, same format as the last. Top 3 from each heat, plus the next 3 best times will be showing up tomorrow for the final. Station 1 from Whitefriars, Alexander Dewar. Station 2 from Timbara, that's Ethan Newman there. Thomas Scott from Mentone Grammar joins us in 3. Sullivan Jennings from Maris Sion in 4. From Xavier, it's Darcy Sherman in 5. Oscar Woodhouse from Albert Park in 6. From Princes Hill, it's Alfie Webb in 7. And from Hartwell Primary, it's Lachlan Baxter in 8. Ladies and gentlemen, in the starter's hands.
On your marks.
So a little bit nervous there on the start line. A Xavier athlete there. Darcy Sherman makes a good move. So Princess Hill, Alfie Webb's just going to sit there as they come along to the cross. On the inside there's to be Ethan Newman running very, very rapidly. So as they cross over, some of the guys are thinking, nah, I might do it at another 200 metres into the race as they finally make their way into lane 1. That's the shortest route around the track. So the much taller athlete there is going to take the lead. As this pack begins to get itself into single file. So that's as they move into the straight here. Thomas Scott from Mentone Grammar will move very, very smoothly. Of course, William Quigley from Hume Anglican will also go with him there. So Thomas Scott leads this one through the bell. Can he hold on with the big, long legs of Quigley behind him? So Thomas Scott putting in a very, very strong effort for himself there in those bright pink shoes. The three of them at the front there have obviously decided to get the same shoes. So Thomas Scott, he looks pretty safe here for a qualifier to the final. Just depends on which of the 3 spots he's going to take. He himself will definitely want that first place for that psychological advantage. But at the end of the day, it's only a heat, so tactics do play out here. So that's Scott coming through to the line here, 50 metres to go. Followed by Alfie Webb from Princess Hill behind him. Athlete in 2 from Tim Barra will motor on through for the auto qualifier. 2:12.66 for Thomas Scott there. That's heat 1 run and done. See what happens in the next 2 heats. Over to you on the infield, Phil, for another presentation, I believe.
Thanks again, Noz. Victory ceremony and medal presentation for the women's under-17 800-metre para event. In first place, a Victorian All Schools champion in a time of 3 minutes 59.25 and a percentage of 53.39%. Representing Emerson, Habiba Mudden. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate Habiba.
Thanks, Phil. Now we're back for heat 2 of 3 in the 800 metres for the under-14s. In 1 from Wesley, we have Harry Barker. In 2, Zach Tung from Melbourne Grammar. From Montmorency, Kai Bunyard in 3. Jack Davenport from Wesley in 4. From Footscray High, Anthony Hine in 5. In 6, Declan Mailing from St Francis Xavier. In 7 from Carey, Tom Tritton. In 8, Luke Irvin from St Pat's Ballarat. In 9 from Dandenong North Primary, it's Dawood Khamis in.
On your marks.
So we are away and racing. That purple of the Wesley athletes starting to blanket the field there as Davenport makes a surge up the inside. Don't forget Luke Irvin from St Pat's Ballarat there as well. So the St Francis Xavier College athlete of Declan Mailing is going to be very dominant from the start here. The Melbourne Grammar Zach Tung in those very, very distinct white shorts that all the Grammar boys have as they move and move and move along the back straight there. So Mailing's leading here. He's a bit of a specialist when it comes to the distance. So it'll be Mailing, then Tung, followed by the Wesley athlete there. That's either Davenport or Barker. Can't quite see yet, and it looks to be Davenport. So Jack Davenport just edges in front of Zach Tung there. So Declan Mailing just moving further up the front as we got a little bit of a change in position there as Kai Bunyard moves forward. Declan Mailing just ready to pick it up a bit if he needs to, but it doesn't seem like he will here. Jack Davenport clears himself of Kai Bunyard very, very smoothly. So it's 300 metres to go here for Mailing. As Mailing moves down the back straight, it looks like in this race he has most definitely licked the stamp and sent it, has Mailing. So Jack Davenport brings himself further away from Kai Bunyard. Can Zach Tung hang on there? So Mailing will collect this one most definitely. He really brings the whole package. As Jack Davenport rears in behind him. A little bit of a jostle here as Tung tries to fight back, sticking those daggers in. Kai Bunyard's going to take this one in the 3. So Mailing here comes past the post. So does Davenport and then Kai Bunyard. So can Tung hold on there as Trom Tritton comes through the line. So does Harry Barker. So Luke Irvin in it as well. And our athlete from Footscray High, Anthony Hine, comes through the line there. Throw you down to Phil Borg for another presentation.
Good work, Noz. Victory ceremony and medal presentation for the women's under 15 women's 800 metre power event. And in first place and receiving the gold medal, Victorian all schools champion in a time of 2 minutes 59.19 and a percentage of 82.61%, representing Avila, Zoe Schultz. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge Zoe as she receives her gold medal.
Thanks very much, Borg. All right, back on the track we have the 800 metres for the under 14. That's heat 3. As I search for my start sheet, which I have now located. In 1 from Volkston Primary School, Archie Sidoridis. In 2 from Wesley, it's Linus Hunter. In 3, Joshua Slade from Port Melbourne. In 4, Tyler Hughes from Peninsula Grammar. From Melbourne Grammar, it's Lewis Hooper in 5. Sebastian Moore from Over Newton joins us in 6. From Oxley in 7, it's Ryder Holland. In 8, Jack Field from Vermont Secondary. And rounding out this heat 3 of 3 from Scotch, it's Henry Kerr Lewis. Ladies and gentlemen, in the starter's hands for this 2-lap wonder.
On your marks.
So as the boys joust around the bend, we're going to see what will happen in one of the final events of the day. Of course, events still are unfolding in the field. So as they come into the straight, it looks to be Archie Sidoridis that's just going to sit on the middle of that line as the Scotch athlete and Henry Kerr Lewis tucks in behind him. Peninsula Grammar athlete of Tyler Hughes is going to pack himself in there too. So Sidoridis, as I said, he's sitting on that line there as the Scotch athlete of Henry Kerr Lewis just tucks in behind him, sitting on him. Feel like this is going to be one of those races where things will start to get busy with 150 to go. So they're still in a very big train as they're about to come through and collect the bell. So as the bell rings, it's going to be Sidoridis there taking the lead. So the Scotch athlete of Henry Kerr Lewis sitting behind, Peninsula Grammar athlete in Hughes tucked in behind him. This will be the 3 to watch as we start to get to the pointy end of this race. I know it's run around in a circle, but there are definitely pointy ends. So Sidoritas is starting to pull away here as Hughes tucks himself around the Scotch athlete of Kerr Lewis. So Kerr Lewis will need to hold on here to get himself that automatic qualifier through to the final. Archie Sidoritas taking a nice stroll in the Albert Park sunshine on a Saturday afternoon as he starts to put those levers down and pry himself away from the rest of the pack. So it's Hughes in behind him. He takes a quick look left and realises he's not quite home yet. He's got 100 metres left in front of him. So Sidoritas will take this one out. Tyler Hughes to his rear. And it'll be Henry Kerr Lewis in 3. Jack Field will wait patiently for that automatic qualifier. That race is run and done in terms of qualification. So I'll move you down to our friend in the field, Phil Borg, for another presentation.
Thank you, my friend in the box, Noah Oliver. Victory ceremony and medal presentation for the men's under 17 800 metre para event. In third place in a time of 3 minutes 19.29 and a percentage of 75%, representing Yarra Rangers, Bradley McMeekin. Whee. In second place, in a time of 2 minutes 49.19, with a percentage of 81.10%, representing Glenara, Angus Murray. And in first place in Victorian, all schools champion, with a time of 2 minutes 14.03 and a percentage of 87.42%, representing Brighton Grammar, it's Leopold Reeve. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists.
Thanks, Phil. That concludes the track program for today, of course. Take a moment to thank our wonderful Victorian officials for their hard work in the sun today, making sure events like today can happen and happen smoothly. They work tirelessly behind the scenes for everyone. And of course, those athletes that are now leaving the stadium. See you tomorrow, hopefully. And I'll now throw down to Phil Borg in the middle for another field presentation.
Thanks for that, Noz. Victory ceremony and medal presentation for the under-17 women's hammer throw. In third place with a throw of 38 metres 34, representing St. Helena's, Vanessa Smith. In second place, receiving the silver medal with a throw of 48 metres 41, representing Maribyrnong, Amelia Ashton. And in first place in Victorian All Schools champion with a throw of 49 metres 58, representing Kurunjang Secondary College, Alyssa Benbow. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists.